Y'all know me. No, I make my living. What's up, guys? Young Buck,
What's
so
happening?
goes. What up, bum?
What's going on?
Dude, it is July, still July. 4th of July was a few weeks ago. Shark Week, I think, is going on this week. And I've been wanting to do the Jaws show, so I kind of got it in within the statute of limitation or before the statute of limitations. So we're going to do all about Jaws tonight. Jaws, we're going to spend most of the time on the original, but, there's 2, 3, 4. There's Cruel Jaws, which I want to talk about. Last Shark, which you hit me off on the other day, and you've seen some others?
I've seen those, and I started to see some other, the Sharknado, and there was the six-headed shark attack, but I only saw very limited clips on that. It's amazing how many different shark rip-off things there are.
Did you do any of the Sharknadoes?
I saw one briefly, the one that had the guy from 90210.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Not the guy from Tombstone.
Not Dylan McKay.
That was not the guy that died, Luke Perry.
Which is the guy who appeared in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yes.
He had a cameo there. Excuse me. I gotta take off this sweater real quick. Hold on. Yeah, because Jason Priestley is the first guy that you described.
That's the guy, yeah. That's the guy.
He's the one in the movie?
No, I'm sorry. That's the guy I was thinking of. But the Sharknado guy is the other guy. He had curly hair, something blondish.
Oh, the blonde, the guy who probably the least famous of them all.
Yeah, and he was kind of like a dick.
That guy was like a rich kind of snobby kind of guy.
Yeah,
I remember correctly.
That's why I didn't like him.
Yeah. Hopefully the shark ate him early on.
Yes.
I heard
saw a clip of it, but not the whole thing.
I heard the first one is not so bad, and then they start getting more and more ridiculous as you go on. I think they did 3 of those.
Yeah. It's amazing though. There's a bunch of just ocean creature movies.
Yeah.
There's the piranha. I could go on. Piranhas. There's an octopus or a kraken. And then you thought that was something that, was done in the old days, cheesy, but they've been coming out with the Megs now. So that's kind of in that space, right?
Of course. Oh, and then you could just get into water catastrophes and Titanic and The Perfect Storm. You remember that one, The Perfect Storm?
That was depressing as hell.
Yeah, it was a real deal thing, actually. It really
happened. It was. And it's rare, it's rare for me to say it's depressing as hell, but that was depressing as hell.
So it's one of your favorite movies, in other words, right?
Actually, it's not one of my favorite movies, but it is depressing as hell.
Not depressing enough, but it's almost there. 47 meters down. What up, Jonas? We got Tank.
Oh, good.
What else? There's the one with LL Cool J, right?
Oh, that's and Samuel Jack Deep Blue or something.
Yes, I think that's what it's called.
I think it's like specially engineered sharks.
Yes. All right, so we'll talk about some of the other ones. So basically, just to break down the show, I'm going to give you a little intro on what inspired the Jaws book, possibly, and then in turn inspired the movie, of course. And there's 2 kind of things that inspired the movie other than the book. Actually, I think 3. But the Jersey Shore attacks of 1960. Jump in whenever you want, Bum. I got this kind of written down here. Was some legitimate shark attacks that actually happened in the Jersey Shore in 1916 along sort of same little towns like the movie. They depend on the summer and the season, and there's a lot of parallels from what actually happened and the true story. The other guy that go ahead.
And how many people were killed in that?
Well, I believe it was 5, but I think actually 4, and the 5th didn't die.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's unheard of.
Yeah, 4 dead and 1 injured. This happened between July 1st and July 12th.
Wow.
Yeah. Heat wave was going on. A pandemic was going on. All this kind of sounds familiar, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So they had those things going on at the same time. And there's always been sort of debate over what kind of shark it was. They're not, everybody hasn't agreed that it was a great white.
I was going to ask you, that was my other question. Was it just one shark that did all that damage?
They're not sure.
Mm.
There's all these theories and little bits and pieces of information, but there's nothing definitive. Some people say it was 1. A lot of people say it was 2 different sharks, maybe even 3 different sharks. They're not sure on that. So seaside communities depend on the people coming in for the economy, just like in the movie. Just like in what movie is it that they use steel nets? I think that's The Last Shark. They use the steel nets and stuff to keep the sharks up. They actually use those at this time. And pre-1916, they didn't really know a lot, like, scientifically about sharks. They weren't really that, like, aware of how dangerous they were. There was actually they thought that they were incapable of injuring people, that their jaws weren't strong enough, like a bunch of misconceptions that they had. I mean, at one time there was a guy, I can't remember the guy's name or who he was, but he offered like a $500 reward if anybody had a shark bite or could show a shark being aggressive or anything, and nobody claimed it, and that led to like them believing, like, hey, the sharks aren't really dangerous. But everything changed after this shit.
Well, I guess that people were still, I mean, ocean exploration must have been minimal because they were probably still diving with those big old helmets and stuff. I mean, it was pretty backwards still back then.
Yeah, for sure, man. They hadn't, and we still haven't. They always say we explore space more than we've explored the ocean.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because the Earth is covered by so much water, but they always say, I don't know the percentages, but when you count the depths and the area underneath what you just see, it's mostly water.
Yes,
everything's mostly water.
Oh, and they say there's like peaks underwater that are bigger than Everest.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's just crazy. I can't even put my head around that.
Because that's what a lot of islands are anyways, right? When you see a lot of islands in the South, you think, oh man, a bunch of years ago, either this was underwater or a bunch of years ago, this was a way bigger island, way taller island and peak that now is only this much. Like, you don't know which how much. I think it's South America, like the Andes. You go up, and you see the mountain range going up, and then you continue it into the water, and you see like a bunch of little islands where you're like, oh, that's just the rest of the mountain range that, some of it ended up underwater.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. All right, so back to these shark attacks. July 17th, some dude with his dog, Charles Epstein Van Sant, 28 years old, Philly. He went with the dog in the water. When the shark attacked, people thought he was calling out to the dog. They pulled him out of the water, the lifeguards, and he was bleeding all the way in. His leg had been stripped of its flesh by the time they saw him, and he just bled to death on the desk of the hotel manager.
Wow. There was a scene in Jaws where the guy's throwing the dog like a stick or something, right? Though they get the dog, I think, not the guy.
Yeah. You remember the dog's name?
Pip?
Yeah, I think it was like Pippin or Pip or something like that. I think you're on the right track.
Something with a P. With a P.
I thought it was Pippin, but maybe it's just Pip.
Yeah, that may be it.
Anyways, when I told Bruno the story, he thought the same thing. He thought, it's kind of obvious that it probably inspired the scene a little bit.
Absolutely.
So they kept the beach open after the attack, even though like some captains reported sightings of large sharks when they were coming in, but they kept it open. And then the second victim happens 5 days later, July 6th. Charles Bruder, a Swiss Bell captain. What do you think when you hear Swiss Bell captain?
Swiss Bell?
Captain.
I have no idea.
I was like, what is a Swiss Bell? And how do you become a captain of the Swiss Bell?
I don't know. I've never heard that term.
But then I just realized he's Swiss and he's a bell captain, which I assume is like a bellhop, but he's in charge of the bellhops. I don't know.
Oh, a bell captain. Yeah, that would be.
Is that what it is?
I have heard of a bell captain as it relates to bellhops.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if we're talking the same thing. Maybe there's something else.
I don't know. It was just so confusing. Swiss Bell captain. What? Anyways, he was at the Essex and Sussex Hotel. He was attacked swimming 130 yards from shore. And it's dude, this water's cold too, I think. I don't even think in the summer.
Yeah. Yeah, that water is cold and very murky, man.
But dude, this guy had to have known they killed somebody 5 days before, right?
I don't know. Back then, you're talking about strictly newspaper, right? I don't even know. Maybe limited radio?
Yeah, Tank, the dog did survive, by the way, in the real. But there was newspaper, yeah. Maybe, there's some guy like paying off the newspaper. Hey, don't circulate the news. Don't circulate the newspapers.
I was going to say, if they kept the beaches open, there was another Mayor Larry Vaughn around there.
Well, right? Probably where they drew all this stuff. It makes sense, all this stuff, right? Because I think it was disputed at one time that they used this really for the inspiration, even though they mention it in the book and the movie. All right, so two mistakes from me. If you know and you're in the water 5 days later, come on. And two, 130 yards. All right, brother, keep it close to the shore if you're gonna go. You just killed some people. You want to go in, but 130 yards. I rarely go in that deep. That's a lot.
There's got to be like a sandbar or something.
Yeah. There was a bar, but he was the menu is the problem. He was bitten the abdomen and severed his legs.
Damn, these sharks were vicious, man.
Yes, bro. Supposedly turned the water red. You also see this in Jaws.
Yes. Yes.
And the lifeguards retrieved him, but he bled to death on the way to shore.
And imagine there wasn't any like first responders, like, the guys on the little freaking motorcycles ready to help you.
Yeah, no, but this guy, I don't think anybody, like, he died. They pulled him out and he was dead by the time he got.
Jesus. Yeah, because usually the shark bites and, that's it. He tastes the iron blood and he lets go and he leaves. Rarely do they just shred you, and like.
You want me to give you a couple of theories? I had this saved for some other point, but I don't know if I'm going to forget this. So let me there's a couple theories about why these sharks ate people. One of them is a conspiracy theory having to do with Nazis, dude. They say that some of these sharks were in the waters where there was battles at sea from the war going on at this time, and they got used to a lot of dead bodies or people in the water that they could eat. And they develop a sort of like an appetite for this.
Taste for blood, human blood. Mm-hmm. Wow, I never heard that one. That's interesting.
No merit to it or anything like that. Just like a theory that I don't know who came up with it, but I read it.
I thought you were really going to go off the radar and say the Nazis engineered killer sharks because they were famous.
With giant lasers.
They were famous they tried a lot of like engineering of things to make, deadly weapons and shit.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm sure they probably had this idea, but they just couldn't execute it.
They lost the war.
Yeah. Yeah, they thought of a lot of fucking satanic shit, dude, and they did
Yeah,
a lot.
dude.
I mean, just think about it. Whatever you end up doing sometimes in jobs, lives, careers, companies, that's just some of the stuff you want to accomplish. Like there's a bunch of other goals and plans you have that they never see the day of light. Imagine what those were for those people. Going off on a tangent here, but like
Yeah.
just based on that, like, yeah, who knows? But that was one of the theories about the why these sharks like to eat. The next two attacks were at the Matawan Creek next to the town of Keyport on July 12th. A sea captain that same day spotted an 8-foot shark in the creek, but the town dismissed them supposedly. And usually these creeks are not usual places for sharks.
Yes.
But this one supposedly, depending on the time of day and the tide, they could find themselves in there, because it was connected, to the to the ocean.
And you know what? Kind of from the movie too, because they have a pond. Remember where the Boy Scouts and Brody's son, they're like in a pond where they don't expect. In fact, he was okay with him going in the pond because it was not in the ocean.
Yeah, he sent them there at one point. Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And that's where his kid gets.
Wow, the parallels are very striking.
Yeah. That's where his kid goes into shock, and the other one.
Yes. May have saved his life, actually, that he stayed so still.
Yeah. So in this creek, there's some kids playing and a dog, and they were swimming, and they thought they saw a log in the water, but it ended up being the dorsal fin, and little kid, 11-year-old Lester Stillwell, was pulled on the water. Kids ran for help, thinking he had a seizure, and then a guy named Watson located his body, but was also bitten, and he lost the body. His right thigh was severed, and he bled to death.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, these are the most deadliest shark attacks ever, because you hear shark attacks now, a lot of them usually are survivable.
Yeah, they always say that they bite and they stop.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know they were all deadly. That's messed up.
Yeah. The last guy, he was just bitten. He didn't get killed. And I think that was later that day. And then there's the guy Frank Mundus, who's the other sort of inspiration for Quint. He's the dude who caught a couple of big ass sharks.
By the way, going back to the New Jersey thing, did they ever go out and hire somebody to try to? How did they deal with it?
Dude, a guy that worked in the circus, who was also an embalmer, caught a shark, and they opened it, and supposedly they found
remains.
What was called human remains, and then they kind of decided that he had caught the shark, but it was like a 7.5 foot, 325-pound shark. So it doesn't sound like the size of shark that would eat all those people if it was the same one. Not a small shark by any means, but
no. And quite frankly, I mean, they say the bull sharks and tiger sharks are pretty aggressive. I mean, it doesn't have to be a great white. They say those tigers and bulls are very, very aggressive.
Yeah. But there was no more attacks after that. So that's, also why this is kind of stuck in history as like.
But they didn't hire that guy. That guy just caught the shark out of luck.
Well, there was a lot of people looking for them.
Okay.
I don't know if he was specifically looking for them, but he was fishing. But there was a lot of people going around trying to catch the sharks, and they caught a lot of sharks.
Well, and that's kind of like the movie. Once they find out about the shark, you got all those boats that started to go in the water. Everybody trying to, you got the two guys that stole the wife's roast and threw it out into the water to try to catch the shark. So you did have a lot of civilians trying to catch it.
Yeah, the mayor ordered the Mattawa Journal to print a $100 reward. If you want to know what that is in Biden dollars, that's $2,700. But I value my life more than $3,000, Chief. What was Quint? Was he like a Cajun kind of? I know in real life he was British, but like
actually, I think he's Scottish, right?
Scottish. I think you may be right. Yeah. There you go.
Or Irish, but definitely I don't think he's British.
Scotland. Yeah. Anyways, one of those people from over there.
Yeah.
But the accent that he uses in the movie is kind of like a Cajun accent, or what would you say that shit is?
No, I would have said something like Irish or Scottish or something like that, but
okay. Yeah,
I think what it is though, right, is because, and I guess this we only know later in the movie, since he was in the military and all that, his accent's probably changed over time, right?
Yeah, I did hear him in some interviews, and he just sounded like, one of those, fact check me, dude, so I don't countryfy him, if that's a word. I think he's Scottish, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and he had that accent, when I saw him in interviews. Apparently that guy was a pretty good drinker.
Oh, legendary.
Yeah.
Legendary.
Yeah, I'm missing a couple details here. Let me check about how they captured this guy. They said they lost like what today would be equivalent to $6.7 million because of these attacks.
He was born in Lancashire.
That's England, right?
And yeah, I believe it is.
But I think he lived in Scotland, maybe.
Here it says his father, a doctor, was of Scottish descent. His mother, a former nurse, was born in Switzerland.
Yeah.
So there was some Scot in there.
Yeah, the dude lived like on a big farm, and he had like 12 kids or something like that, crazy, like 11 or 12. And he died relatively young, man.
Yeah, he was like in his 50s, right?
I think he died like a few, maybe not.
Younger than me, 51 he died.
Damn, dude, you're on borrowed time, bro.
Yeah. And 1978, not too much after the...
Damn, I didn't know it was that short, but I knew it was less than a decade. And he looks like a pretty vibrant guy in the movie, Yes, an older guy, but not like frail by any means. But
he had 10 children.
Yeah, and I think some of those adopted. But anyways, what was I getting at? Oh, the accent. It was sort of interesting. I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way, the fifth guy who was attacked, he was just 30 minutes after the previous attacks and half a mile away. They bit his leg, but he was rescued by his older brother, and the guy lived a long time. He lived to be like 80 years old.
Wow.
After that. So he definitely saw the movie.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy, right? You're watching those movies and you're like, oh shit, that was because this story's based on what the fuck happened to me, dude, when they bit my fucking leg.
Yeah, Lancashire is in England, definitely.
All right.
And he definitely had several spouses too.
Yes.
With 10 kids, you got to have several spouses.
Yes. And alcoholism probably too.
Yes, legendary.
Dude, but a lion tamer taxidermist, that's crazy. That's the guy who caught the shark.
By the way, he died in Ireland.
Oh, did he really?
So I think we were all right. There's some Scottish descent. There's some. He died in Ireland. You know, he was born in England.
Yeah, he was all over the place.
Yeah.
And what is he known for? Like, obviously, this.
The Sting. He's the villain in The Sting. Very good villain.
Okay.
Very good. He did Guns of Navarone, the original.
With Gregory Peck? Is that Gregory Peck or is that
or no, he made maybe it was the remake with Harrison Ford.
No. When was that? Because this guy died in 1978, so
yeah, you're right. Maybe he was in the original.
And then there's another role that he's well known for. I don't have it in front of me right now.
He was a Bond villain in From Russia with Love.
That one, yeah.
He was one of the best Nazis you'll ever see in the Battle of the Bulge.
Haven't seen that. He
had blonde. They put blonde hair on him. They dyed it or whatever. He looked the part.
By the way, they had this shark on display in a Manhattan shop for like a bunch of years. And there was
one that the circus guy caught?
Yeah. And then like it went missing.
Wow. How do you lose a shark?
Somebody probably stole it and has it.
Clearly.
So one of the other final things that they kind of concluded was that a lot of them thought it was a bull shark because a creek would be more their territory to go into than like a great white, because they go into freshwater rivers and streams sometimes, that particular species. So
yes, I hear over at the Indian Lagoon they see a lot of tiger and bull sharks especially.
Where is that lagoon?
Near Nettles.
Oh, you're talking about the intercoastal right there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
The Indian River Lagoon is supposedly gets tigers and bulls in there. They like what that's called brackish water.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if this is true. If there's any truth to the nuclear power plant that's nearby and that attracting them in some way.
I don't know about that.
Because they're normally they like cold water. Normally, right?
Yes, they're usually it's like what? South Africa, Australia is where you get a lot of sharks.
Right.
Yeah. That whole Cape Cod, Northeast,
Martha's Vineyard,
right?
Like Jaws movie.
Exactly.
Yeah. They blame more people in the water also for more attacks. So, like, I guess due to the pandemic, there was a lot of people in the beaches. I don't know. They were just saying there was a lot more people in the water. So just the more people in there, the more chances. Something to do with the lunar cycle and the full moon, and higher salinity in the water, which would lead to them going more into like the creeks and all that. That's another theory they put forward.
Wow.
So they don't know if it was one shark or more, or one species or more, and probably never going to know.
Wow.
But science changed,
I'm sorry. I just fact checked myself.
Mm-hmm.
And he was in Force 10 from Navarone with Harrison Ford.
Wow. What year was that?
1978. It would have been the last year of his life.
Damn, like he filmed that and he died.
Pretty much.
Damn near killed him.
Yeah.
His dad had committed suicide. I don't remember what he died of, but I don't know if it was alcohol related.
So you mentioned the Jersey Shore. You mentioned the guy Mundus, obviously, sort of the quaint character.
Yeah.
I would assume that also, like, the stories of the Indianapolis had something to do with the movie too. I mean, they included it, but from the
Yeah.
sense of shark, it's probably one of the more famous shark incidents, right?
Yeah, and I'll tell you a little bit more. I found some notes on Mundus here. What I heard about the Indianapolis in real life, that the sharks didn't eat like many or any living people, that
They ate the people that died.
that were already dead, and that most of the sailors, these were sailors,
Yes.
most of them were able to kick them off and fight them off. So like they didn't eat, the way he made it sound, but it made for a great story, obviously. This Mundus guy, he was a fisherman and a charter captain, and later he became a conservationist for sharks. Imagine that. But that's kind of where he made his money and his name. He would take out these charters and he would call it monster fishing. He didn't want to say shark fishing, but they would end up catching a lot of sharks. And he found that it was easy to catch big sharks, but I don't think they eat that down, anywhere really much. So he made the money on the tours.
Yeah, I've never heard of anybody eating shark. I've heard, obviously, sharks being killed for their fin, which is a big deal.
Yeah, shark fin soup.
Yeah, and also the Chinese use the fin for aphrodisiac of some kind.
Yeah, I heard once that there is a couple type of sharks that you could eat, and I can't remember the names right now. It was a Rogan episode with that guy Steve Rinella. You know Steve Rinella?
I've seen him.
Meat eater. And he was talking about there's a couple different species that are like edible, and one he said was actually like pretty good. So this guy caught, according to, they were eyeballing it, a 4,500 foot great white.
You mean pounds?
Yeah, pounds, not feet. Jesus Christ.
That would have been bigger than the bag.
Yes, sorry. They don't say how many feet, but 4,500 pounds. And then a few years later, he caught a 3,400 pound. That was a record. I don't know if it still is, for rod and reel. But this guy also used controversial methods. He had like he killed whales for chum and used whales for chum. I don't know if it was one instance, was it one that he found, they found the carcass.
Whale carcass, yeah.
And they just hung around.
When you told me about that guy, I looked him up. And when we were talking about the big sharks that there's been, they're saying that deep blue that I sent you a picture of is like the biggest living shark now. It's like 20 feet, and like 50 years old. I did read somewhere that in Australia, the largest shark ever, I guess, caught or identified, they said it was like 36 feet, dude.
Jesus Christ, man.
And it was in Australia?
That's like two Suburbans back to back.
Like a school bus?
That's like a school, like not the little one, like almost
the yellow one.
Yeah, almost
big yellow one.
Yeah. Oof, imagine seeing that in the water, dude.
Well, imagine. I mean, all those years ago, right? It was a long time ago. I mean, you're certainly closer to, the time when there were those sharks swimming around, and I'm sure they were still like rather large, right? Until they just died off because they couldn't sustain themselves.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But that would have been like the apex predator.
For sure.
That's fucked up.
And if you look at his boat, this guy, the orca kind of looks like his boat too. So they definitely, he was
The guy said for sure, the guy who wrote the book, that was his inspiration for Quint.
I saw that. I read a little bit about that. The orca and the real orca ended up at Universal Studios in California. And one time when Steven Spielberg was in the area, he wanted to go see it and found out that they chopped it up and threw it away after it was being held there for a while. And he went ballistic.
Oh my God.
Because that boat had kind of the prop, right? But it was a kind of like a full built out boat. And they had like a couple of different ones, but it ended up being just one at the end that had the back cut out for the scene where, you know, the Jaws hits the back of the boat and it starts sinking.
Right.
And they chopped that thing up and threw it away after a while.
Must have been like in the 90s or something, right?
Yes, I forget Universal Studios. I don't know how long in California, how long that's been around. I know they did have a Jaws ride. I remember the one here in Florida.
Yeah,
I went on the Jaws. I went on the Jaws ride there. They don't have that anymore, though. At least not in Florida.
What would you estimate? I'm trying to make a point here. I'm back on the orca being demolished. When do you estimate this happened, if you had to guess?
It has to be like 80s or 90s, I would think. There's a video on YouTube, like 10 things you didn't know about Jaws, and that's one of the things that they bring up.
Oh, wow. So what I'm thinking is Spielberg was probably already a millionaire by this point.
Oh, yeah.
He should have, I don't know, should have like a warehouse with the sharks in it, you know, with like,
if he's a collector, you know, I'm assuming most of those guys would want those things. I'm surprised he didn't have like, I know Lucas has a whole ranch dedicated to all his stuff, which is basically like a museum and shit. So I'm surprised he did not have a warehouse full of all his props from all the movies he's made.
Yeah, you would think so. But I think that may have been his third movie ever.
Yeah, no, at that point he was not well known. He had done one about the truck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, I read also that he sort of, in his mind, he thought that those two movies were very similar. It was a large menacing thing, like one guy sort of at the end, you know, against it, you know, matching wit, so to speak, and all that.
Mm-hmm. So let's go into Jaws, the movie. Now we can finally start talking about the actual movie. And then we're going to go into 2, 3, 4, and the other ones. This is the one we're going to spend the most time on. Obviously, it's the one that started it all. It's the first summer blockbuster. It's obviously, you know, I haven't seen that other movie, but I would think this made Spielberg, right? Basically, the other movie I'm sure is fine, but maybe if he doesn't make this movie,
he doesn't get the other ones.
Even though obviously he has skills, it's not luck, but like sometimes people have talent and they just don't get the break, especially in show business. So, you know, you never know. If you have talent, more than likely, eventually you're gonna come to the surface somehow. But you know, some of this stuff is catching lightning in a bottle. Not to say he's a one-hit wonder by any means. I mean, Jesus Christ, he has full resume. I'm just saying there is sometimes that some people get up and get that chance, and then they become somebody and they live on that thing that they did a bunch of years ago. You know, and they're kind of putting out. He is not one of those.
I think he went on a little roll after that. Because what did he do? Like Close Encounters after that?
Yes, which is something I'm going to bring up when we talk about the Jaws sequel. Because had he not been doing that movie, he may have been doing the sequel. And actually what he wanted to, I'll just say it right now before I damn forget later. What he wanted to do was do like a prequel and sort of tell the story of the Indianapolis and Quint.
Oh, that would have been cool.
Yeah, so that's what he wanted to do, but they didn't have time for him to finish filming the encounters, and they didn't want to wait. They wanted to get a summer hit out, and they were like, all right, let's roll with, what we got going here. And they actually, there's just real quick on that one. They did write a book about it. Some like fan club and a real author wrote a book, and it has to do with the prequel of Quint's life before that. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like the first movie that I remember being a blockbuster. I was 7, and I remember
I wasn't born, bum. I don't think
I had to go. I had to go with my sister and my cousins that were older because they were very strict back then about, the whole 17 and under. You got to be accompanied by somebody, whatever. They were pretty strict about that. But I remember that was like the first time like I saw a lot of posters and stuff at the movies. And, it was in the summertime. And it really was kind of the first of that, I remember.
Can I take you back a few sentences back? You said at the time they were strict about getting into the theater. I don't have any experience with this now. I haven't, had to sneak into anywhere that you need an ID for a long time. But you forget, what that was like. And it was like, oh, I got in, if you got into Do you? How does that work now? You kids just can go in. They don't really give them a hard time. I don't know. You have some recently teenage kids.
That's the thing. I don't want to sound like a goody two shoes because I'm certainly not. But I don't remember trying to take my kids to a movie that they weren't allowed to.
Okay.
So
well, maybe they tell you. I'm not saying necessarily you took them, but
no, and I don't remember. And I don't. Maybe I don't know. And I don't hear. I've never heard about kids sneaking into the movies ever again. I mean, right. I don't hear that.
So, do you think it's more or less strict? Or you don't
I would think it's less strict, but I'm guessing.
Okay, I thought you maybe had some first-hand knowledge because of the kids. Because
no,
I do remember that being a thing. I don't know if like a 15-year-old walks in, they're going, wait a second, this is R-rated. You can't get in.
Right.
It's probably just you bought the ticket. They sold you the ticket. Where do they give you a hard time if they were going to give you one? At the ticket booth or in the check-in?
Well, and that's the other thing now. So many times now you don't even go to the ticket booth. You buy them online, you print it out, you got it on your phone. It's the guy or gal you're going to show that ticket to on the way in. You're already in the movie theater,
All this technology makes me feel sometimes like, what's the old guy from Shawshank on the bus? When he got out,
Brooks.
Scared of the new world, and he doesn't know like everything is like all different and shit from when he was out.
Brooks,
that's him. Yeah, Brooks was here.
Yeah. Hey,
I have Jaws playing in the background, and they just did that scene where they pan out from the marina and his house up there, and it goes through the shark's jaws. That camera angle.
That's great seminal work there. Yeah. But real quick here, listen to this run. So Steven Spielberg, 75 Jaws, 77 Close Encounters, 79 1941. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie. It's pretty funny.
No.
It's actually kind of like an Animal House, but you should check it out. 81 Raiders of the Lost Ark and 82 E.T. That's almost like,
dude, we got 3 classics already at this point. Classics.
I'm not even into the Indiana Jones sequels. He did Color of Purple. I always forget that.
Is that Prince?
That. Well,
no, that's Purple Rain. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Jurassic Park, Schindler's List. I mean, Saving Private Ryan. I mean,
come on, save some for the other guys, dude.
Could this be the best director ever
of all time?
I don't know, man. That's a pretty, at least as number of quality movies or blockbusters. Let me be careful. Blockbusters.
Let's just do this for a second. Which of the movies would you consider classics on that list? Jaws, Indiana Jones, E.T.
Definitely. Yeah.
Jurassic Park,
Schindler's List. Saving Private Ryan.
You would say that's a classic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's really, really, really good.
He did War of the Worlds too, which I actually liked, man.
Is that the one with Tom Cruise?
Yeah.
Yes, I don't give it the classic. I don't even know.
No, not a classic. Yeah, no, just a good movie.
Good movie. Right. I'm guessing
and by the way,
categorizing a classic as something that most people would have in their collection, or most people would have on their list of top 100 movies. I don't know. Anyways, I think we're safe with those 6. Any others?
I mean, he did Lincoln. That won a bunch of awards. I'm not going to say it's a classic. I mean, there's a lot of good movies here, man.
How about he did all the Indiana Jones?
He did, the last one he did is Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Okay.
Which is 2008.
Yes, that's, a lot of people didn't like that one. But
he did part 1, part 2, part 3.
It looks that way, yeah.
I mean,
yeah, he did Last Crusade.
Yeah.
And he did Temple of Doom. Dude, and they're in between these movies. There's a lot of movies here people would say are great. Still, not classics. Empire of the Sun. Always. Amistad.
What would you say, Indiana?
Minority Report.
Oh, that's very good.
Based on a book.
Yeah.
As was Jaws.
Yes.
Because Indiana 2, I think, is still pretty fucking good too.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like a classic, but it's still pretty fucking good.
Well, without question, Indiana Jones or Raiders of the Lost Ark, without a question,
right,
is up there.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're not giving, we didn't mention Close Encounters. That's probably one of the better done, like, alien movies.
I don't think I have ever seen that.
And it's probably a movie I haven't seen a lot.
Yeah, I gotta watch that. I haven't watched that. But you know what I think was cool that he did? I guess he only did the first Jurassic Park himself, directing.
No, he did The Lost World too.
Which is part 2?
No. I always say he only did the good ones. He did part 1 and part 3.
Part 3 of the original series?
Yes. Part 2 sucked. It was with it's like, I don't even think I've seen the whole thing. It does have Jeff.
Is that Goldblum. The one where they end up on an island?
No, I think it gets loose. The dinosaurs get loose in the city. Maybe.
Okay, the one that you said is pretty good is the one where they go on. They're on an island.
Yes. Oh, okay, and they have pterodactyls.
Mm-hmm. I think it's like an island that they used to keep them or grow them separate from the other island or some shit. Yeah.
And it's more like a lot of the winged species of the dinosaurs that are on there.
Yeah, and I think he did stay involved in the other ones too, in some capacity.
I can't imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine he was involved in the second one though.
I'm talking about these new ones, the new trilogy. He still kind of had like a hands-on thing because he didn't want like another Jaws situation to happen, So he was like, "Hey, this thing is still kind of my baby, or your story, your universe."
He did Catch Me If You Can. That's not a bad movie.
That's DiCaprio and Hanks, right?
Hanks, Walken is in there. Christopher Walken.
Yeah, that was a good movie, I think, from what I recall.
Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. I don't know. We may let's put a placeholder in for discussions in the future about great directors. I mean, this film list is pretty damn good, man.
Yeah, he may be the GOAT, dude. We don't know.
Yeah.
So some of the things that made the movie good came out of like problems and stuff. When we read these lists and facts, like, damn, the shark didn't work, so they end up using that camera scene where you are the shark, and
yes,
of course you add that with fucking John Williams, with that, da-da, and you hear that and like what's up. It's almost like Darth Vader's coming, like
yes.
it was just
The score was just amazing.
Like made it more Hitchcock is what everybody says, like suspense and like.
Well, and I always heard it made the actors have to, I don't want to say improvise, but they certainly, this is not a movie about technology and CGI.
No, but some people say that that's what makes it cool, and that's what makes the shark cool, because the CGI eventually is going to look cheesy. The shark is always going to,
kind of
mysterious.
Be like, yeah, and when they do show it, yes, it's it's some parts it looks cheesy, but it still kind of holds up in a way that they did. The way that they did it, it kind of holds up. You're not laughing at the shark.
I saw an interview with Robert Shaw where, first of all, maybe a good reason to like Robert Shaw even more, he hated the local New Englanders and Cape Cod, all those Northeastern. He hated them. He said they were incestuous and backwards, and he really ripped them. But the other thing he said in the interview is that it was probably one of the hardest shoots that he's ever done, because the shark failed so many times. They had to do scenes over and over again, to the point where they ran the production schedule over by 100 days.
Yes, and did you hear where they had to move the boats? If a boat passed in the horizon, they'd have to wait for it to pass or turn everything around.
I was just going to say, the other thing is that Spielberg insisted, instead of filming in a water tank, which a lot of these movies in the water are filmed, he filmed it in the ocean.
Yeah. And I think it was one of the few times or first times that, something had been filmed so heavily in the ocean.
And Shaw said that was brutal, especially when they went over budget, or not over budget, over time. They ran into the winter months, and the water was just unbearable, and they still filmed in it.
Oh my God. Yeah, well, he was drunk all the time. That's why it was brutal for him, probably.
Yeah, he lost a lot of that heat from the alcohol.
Yeah, dude. So, he had to do different things. It's kind of what
helped the movie in a way, I guess. But dude, where was this movie on your list? Because we always do the top 10, top 5. I don't remember you. I know you revere this movie, and it's one of your favorites, but like, where would you have ranked this in your like all-time favorites, or where do you have it ranked?
Wow.
And how often do you watch it?
I see it a lot. Especially during this time of the year.
Yeah, it's kind of become a yearly event in the last few years for me.
And really, for me, and we're probably going to talk about characters. Obviously for me, Quint is my favorite character. I think he sort of steals the movie in a way, a little bit. And I love watching that movie, especially from that moment where they, like you said, when they're filming out from the Jaws and they're going off on the expedition. I mean, every line from there, from the time where the chief's wife asks him, "Hey, like, what do I tell the kids?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm going fishing." And as he arriving on the boat, and Quint said, "Hey, I see you got your rubbers on, Chief." It just starts. It's an escalation of just quick, great lines, great character. But going back to your original question, I don't know if I have this movie in my top 20.
Oh wow!
Only because there's so many other movies. But it's definitely top 50 for me.
Yeah, dude, this thing is moving up my power rankings recently. I didn't even have it on my radar, really. I mean, I'd seen it and whatever, but when I first saw this movie, I thought it was just, I wasn't looking at the nuanced techniques of filming, and maybe they've talked me into thinking this movie's better than it is, but it's in my recent years that when I watch movies, I pay more attention to that. It's really snuck up. It might be in my top 10 now.
I don't know if I could say top 10, but certainly top 50, and I could probably make a case for maybe top 25. I have to say, the episode we had with the guy, what's his name, Mark
Esper. Yeah, I think this was like number 2 or 3 or something.
I think he rated this very highly.
Yes.
Probably, I think he rated it higher than what we did at the time.
Yes, this I think is like his favorite movie of all time.
It may be.
Yeah.
Just thinking back of it.
Yeah, because who won that? Casablanca?
It may have been, yeah.
I think it was like Casablanca and Pulp Fiction did like a dark horse to the end, but I think Casablanca, and this may have finished third, and he was kind of pissed when it didn't make it.
Clearly he knows about movies because, like you said, over time, you build the appreciation. You start looking at movies differently for things that you would have never looked at them for. And this is certainly a movie that is, revered at not only by like fans, but also, the people who know about movies.
Yeah. And you look at these 3 guys' performance, dude, great, dude. The 3 main guys, just
yes,
everybody's top of their game here.
They couldn't have picked. That's the other thing I saw in this thing. Some of the characters that they were thinking, some of the other actors that they were thinking for the part. The guy who really wanted the Chief Brody role was Charlton Heston. And Steven Spielberg thought that he was too like Hollywood royalty, in the sense of he was like too big of a name, and they wanted more not a guy that was that wouldn't take the movie away from.
They didn't want like action Arnold Schwarzenegger, or an Rambo, or like an action kind of guy. Maybe I'm exaggerating over the top, but somebody that would be more famous than the movie.
Right. That's it. More famous than the movie. I mean, Roy Schneider was in The French Connection, and he was very good in that. But other than that, I remember when I saw this as a kid, certainly I really didn't know who these people were at all.
But this probably is the best movie all 3 of them did. Not even close, right? I'm not that familiar with Richard Dreyfuss's entire career.
I mean, Richard Dreyfuss has done a lot of things, and he's...
Oh, I just saw Stand By Me recently that he was in.
Oh, yeah.
He's the writer.
Well, yeah.
Narrator.
He's narrator, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'd have to go into their film. I think certainly Roy Schneider, this has to be...
Yeah.
Definitely, his biggest thing.
What is
What
is Dreyfuss known for?
Let's see. Well, he did Close Encounters.
All right, so they were
fresh off this movie.
He liked them. He put them in another movie. Oh, that was another thing that they said, that these guys kind of didn't like each other, Shaw and Dreyfuss.
No, and there's a story that Richard Dreyfuss tells that for a long time he thought that Shaw really, really hated him. And it wasn't until he was at some type of book event that he was doing, and his daughter, Shaw's daughter, came to him and told him that some of that may have been a little bit of an act, because she remembers his dad kind of saying fond things about him. And that really took a big weight off his head, is what he said on that.
Let's take a look at this guy's film.
Yeah, I'm looking at his films. I know he did that Mr. Holland's Opus or something.
Oh, he was in American Graffiti.
He was, which was a Lucas thing.
Yeah.
So this guy's in their circle.
Yes. Just like Harrison Ford is.
Right. Stand By Me.
And American Graffiti.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, I think for sure that's the best thing all of these guys
Yeah.
ever did.
Definitely. It looks like definitely. Yeah, definitely. Richard Dreyfuss. This is the best thing he did.
He plays
that. This and Close Encounters, American Graffiti are probably tops.
I don't remember why he didn't do part 2.
Well, I would assume that he was. I thought you were going to tell me. I thought you were about to. You were going to tell me that he was doing because he was doing Close Encounters.
I guess that would make sense. But I thought I read where he didn't want to be in the movie for some reason, other than being busy. Like he was not interested. Let me see if I can find that while we're talking. Because he did reprise Matt Hooper in Piranha 3D, I'm seeing here on his filmography.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, 2010. Cameo.
Oh, okay.
But that's funny. Why didn't Dreyfuss do Jaws 2? You remember they put in like a call to him in part 2, right?
That I don't remember.
Yeah, at one point, like he's home and they're like, or gets into the office and they just kind of briefly mention, oh, he's out in the Arctic for 6 months or something like that, you know?
Okay.
Can't reach him.
Now that sounds familiar.
To sort of like explain his absence. But it's just funny. Anyways, some people say, I don't go that deep into this movie, but some people say like these are the three different personalities here. Most people are like one of these 3 guys, you know. Like one guy is Hooper's all about like he wants to take pictures of the thing and like examine it and like, you know, that's why he's there. Everybody, and they're there for different reasons, right? Brody's there to like put order, you know, like, hey, you know, I know when stuff goes wrong, I gotta fix it, you know, put this guy away, put that, you know, so he wants order. And the other guy is like kind of out for revenge, really. That's why he wants to kill the thing, even though he's financially motivated too, obviously. But it almost sounds like he likes, you know, killing these things whenever he gets he's built a career around it.
Well, not only that, and then you have the opposite of their characters too. You know, there's that scene. It's funny where Roy's wife is trying to explain to Hooper. Yeah, you know, Martin hates the water. It's a clinical thing, and he interrupts. Yeah, it's called drowning. But he was terrified of the water.
Yes, right? That's the thing. He's kind of like the dorky guy on the boat that doesn't feel sure about himself or whatever.
And this guy, pardon the pun, is a fish out of water. He's from New York. He moves his family there. He hates the water, and you know he's in charge of basically an island, right? I mean,
why would he have made that decision?
I think he says it, the crime, the hustle and bustle of New York. He wanted to get away from that. But, you know, that's kind of a tough deal. And then you have Quint as you know, verbose and tough and all that he looks like. Dude, the guy's terrified of being in the water too. Mm-hmm. Remember what he says, I'll never put a life jacket on. You know, yep. He wasn't going to go into that water if either, you know, he was going to die somehow. The shark was going to eat him, but he wasn't just going to be in that water.
Yeah. I remember it was the cage. The cage goes in the water. The shark is in the water. Goes in the water. Our shark. Yeah. And then the other guy,
I hadn't thought about that until now that you mentioned that.
Which part?
That, what you just said about him in the water.
Yeah, I mean, the only guy there that was sort of comfortable with the water was Hooper because he was a scientist, right?
Right. Also, like I know we talked about the real life differences, but the character of Quint really doesn't like the character of Hooper in the movie.
And they mentioned that there was a natural tension there because they had issues, and it actually made the scenario better,
Exactly.
Yeah.
They weren't really acting all the time, probably.
And there's also those differences too. Hooper he says it. He comes from a wealthy family. When Martin's on his boat and they're searching for that other boat, and he has that tricked out, boat with all the cameras and the lights and all that, and
with the scanners.
Yeah. And Martin to ask him like who pays for all this, and he goes, well, the institute does, but I also have a lot of money. My parents have a lot of money, or something like to that effect.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't like him, because he's like a fancy rich guy.
Right.
He looks at his hands. You got city hands,
yeah,
Mr. Hooper.
And Hooper tells him right off the bat, hey, I'm not going to put up with this working class hero shit, because that's who he was. They were both, those extremes, the rich guy and the hardworking sharking guy.
He makes him tie a knot in the beginning. You remember that?
Yeah.
He kind of
sheep shank or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a trivia question. I don't remember the answer, but it's funny. Like, he hands him the rope, he ties the knot. He doesn't really look at it, but the knot does come into play because it's the knot that he uses on the barrels.
Yes,
when he fires them,
and it's also a way of it leads into when Martin pulls the wrong knot and the tanks go rolling, and he emphasizes, hey, you mess around with these, they're going to blow up. And it's putting that seed into his head. Hey, this thing is dangerous. It could be a weapon.
And in one of those books he was reading, there's like a shark with an actual tank of that in its mouth at one point.
Yes.
So
yeah, when they're showing those pictures of the actual shark attacks, some of those are gruesome as shit, dude.
Yeah, bro. It can get pretty gnarly, man.
Yeah. So the characters are stellar. Obviously these are the three main characters. I think the mayor is like he's a dick, but he plays that well, man. That guy plays that guy great.
Yep, he does the role well. A couple of cameos. The reporter that shows up on the beach at one point, that's the guy who wrote the book.
Benchley.
Peter Benchley, I think.
Yeah.
Is his name. Yeah. So he makes a quick cameo. And then Gottlieb, I think, is the name of the eventual screenwriter. He has like a quick cameo in the movie.
He's the real estate guy.
He walks
also out. Who's also part of the council that decides to keep things going. He's the kind of fat guy.
Yes, that guy. Exactly. What else do I have on this?
By the way, that video I saw takes it a step further. That fat guy in Jaws is the real estate guy. In fact, that because when they're on the ferry and they're on the car that they're on, they open the door and it shows the name of the real estate place that he's in.
Yes.
And they take it a step further. The house that Martin is in, knowing that he's an outsider from New York, they supposedly the real estate guy and these people who are kind of like, we don't really like New Yorkers, that they give him the house that's surrounded by water, that all his views are the water.
Yeah, the guy kind of screwed him, supposedly.
Yeah, supposedly. If you go that deep into the movie.
Yeah, I see some of that stuff and I wonder, oh my God, is this your theory, or is that really why he did it, or did he say this on some director commentary or something? You never know. That's the cool thing about movies sometimes. Like, here's one that I want to ask you, and I heard this in some videos. Why do you think Quint smashed the radio?
Initially, with not much thought, I've never thought about it, but when I first saw it, I figured he wanted the $10,000 and he wanted to finish the charter and catch the shark. And he didn't want to call for help and he didn't want anybody else to like muscle in on his deal. That's how I originally thought about it.
Yeah, I thought about two scenarios that could be. One is exactly that one. And then I heard somebody talk about a third scenario, which I hadn't thought of. But I'll tell you, see what you think about it. The first one is I thought, yeah, this guy wants the $10,000. You know, he at the beginning he says, you know, I value my life more than $3,000, Chief. You know, so he's obviously, if he just wanted to kill sharks, he could have done it for free if he wanted to. So it's not like he was, you know, strictly just trying to get revenge. Two, I thought this was kind of maybe he did it because he doesn't want any outside interference, like a pride thing, like we'll do this ourselves, you know, nobody's gonna help us. And then the third scenario that this guy brought up in a video was maybe he did it because, you know, you remember he said no distress signal was sent, you know, that they didn't get any help on the Indianapolis, and the guy has like a survivor's guilt, you know, and then like he kind of owes it to those guys to not, you know, send out for a distress signal. He's not going to have the thing that they weren't able to get either.
Yeah. And, you know, now that's a very good one. I never thought of that. And the other thing, now that I think about it too, it makes them a little bit more like what was the guy chasing Moby Dick? Ahab?
Yes. They say there's inspiration there, right? From
like
Quint.
That he became maniacal and, you know, focused on the shark and, you know,
yeah,
kind of
that
character.
They bit his leg off. He had a whale shark prosthetic, and then he wanted to go out and kill it, you know, later, just pure revenge, right? Just fuck his crew, fuck his, you know, that's all he wanted, you know?
Yep.
So I don't know. I kind of still think probably the money, but interesting. Maybe there's a little bit of all that stuff in there, you know, mixed in there.
You know, the funny thing, growing up, like early on, shortly after the movie came out and all that, and years after that, I remember that a lot of times the most famous scene that there was three famous scenes they sort of showed all the time. Number one is, hey, you're going to need a bigger boat.
Improvised line, supposedly.
Yes. But before that, was Quint rubbing his nails on the chalkboard.
Right.
That was like always something that like messed people up and, you know, was sort of famous for like a, you know, famous moment in the movie kind of thing.
Yes, but over time, the Indianapolis has become sort of like the signature, right? Would you say?
And you know what? I think that's because people realized that it was a true story.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first heard that monologue, and probably years after, I didn't know it was a true story. And then when I looked it up and researched it, then I realized, oh shit, this makes this movie even more, you know, like real, because this is a real story.
Yeah, and the character that adds so much.
Yes, and it makes everything just click perfectly.
Exactly. Like now you know why Quint is the way he is. You know, it just sort of fleshes out that character. And it's a long scene, dude. Like I don't know the time on it, but like usually you don't have a movie with a guy telling a story. Movies are usually more visual. They'll show you the story. And rarely do you see a guy just reading a story basically to you. Which
it's a monologue.
Yeah, they say they gave him something and then he sort of freestyled it a little bit, ad-libbed a little bit. Also that he was ripped to shreds drunk the first time and then he had to film it, or sometimes they used pieces of both or something. That's believable.
Definitely my favorite character of the movie, even though all the characters are good. Definitely kind of the character I like the most.
Yeah, he has all the best lines for sure.
And I think I think Jaws 2 wasn't, and I know we're not there yet, but Jaws 2 was like a pretty good sequel, I remember. But I think it was missing, something other than Chief Brody.
Yeah, we'll get to Jews. Jaws 2. We'll get to the Jews too, but right now, before we get to Jaws 2, a couple more notes on the movies. First movie to make $100 million at the box office, and for a while, Jaws 2 was the highest grossing sequel until Rocky 2 came out. So
wow,
kind of disrespected nowadays, probably a little bit, but at the time, it was it was a little bit more of a bigger deal. The book, I heard an audio version of the book just to give you some similarities, differences. In the book, they get into more, well, not more, they don't even mention in the movie. They have like a little bit of mafia involved.
I heard that. Yeah. I'll be honest, I never read the book.
Never read it. I heard an audio, and I think it was like a truncated, if I could say that, version of it, because they read it in like 2 hours, 2.5. So I'm sure the complete audiobook was more in detail. But like some of the other highlights, like Hooper has an affair with Brody's wife in the book.
Heard that too. Yeah.
Quint is not quite as fleshed out. He is, but the character is just a dull version of Quint, like just doesn't have character, just kind of, guy that gives orders and, just doesn't like anybody. I don't know. And then I guess Brody is the one that most resembles his true movie counterpart. And then the way that the shark dies in the book is kind of cheesy. I think Quint was like shooting into it and he ends up drowning. Hooper, I think also Hooper gets eaten, I believe. And the shark is coming towards Brody, and it kind of like succumbs to its injuries right before he gets him and floats to the bottom of the sea.
So the injuries were from Quint shooting at it?
Yes. Maybe there was some other spearing involved. I don't recall exactly, but it had been shot at and it was like kind of messed up, and it just kind of like dies right when it's like about to eat him or some shit.
Wow. That sounds kind of anticlimactic. That doesn't sound like a... Wow.
Good call. Spielberg changed that to what we actually...
I was going to say, I know many a times they say the book is better than the movie.
A lot of people say this is one time, probably not.
I was going to say, it's hard to believe that the movie is not going to be better, especially the suspense, the way they did it, the music. I mean, it's hard to believe that the movie isn't better than the book.
Yeah, I never found the movie to be better than the book. I don't remember. I haven't done a ton of these, but the ones that I have done, I always felt the book gave me more detail, and I got to know things that become Easter eggs on movies that you hear about. They go into detail in those things, so you get a lot more. And then you're using your imagination too sometimes, which is better than reality sometimes when you're imagining this stuff, because that's what's reading a book. You're just imagining everything that, the better the writer is, the more vividly you see what they're trying to tell you. But when Spielberg read the book, he was like, Jesus, I was rooting for the shark in this movie. These are all unlikable characters, so he made changes with all of them. And, they all have their things, right? They all have their redeeming qualities, they're not all bad, all good, or
no. And you could sort of relate to them in different ways. What you said about them being possibly the three different types of people, I think that I could believe that to a certain extent.
It could even be three different parts of people's personalities at times.
Exactly. It could be three types that you carry in yourself.
Yes, exactly. Sometimes you're Quint, sometimes you're Brody, sometimes you're Hooper. I know they're not all. This is not Inside Out from Disney or anything like that, but like I could see that, because Actually, never thought about that.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and I guess that's the main differences in the book. So, anything else on Jaws before we jump to Jaws 2? It's going to be much briefer on the other movies, obviously.
Yeah, I can't think of. Oh, was this probably one of the first big merchandise movies too? I remember having a Jaws T-shirt, maybe a Jaws lunchbox.
Was it like this?
Yes, similar.
Yeah, it's got a thermos. You can get this at manofactionfigures.com, by the way.
And I had my thermos too.
Yeah. We didn't write that in. That was completely spontaneous. But I happen to have the lunchbox. You know what? Since we did that, I'll just show you some stuff here.
Excellent.
That's a pop shark.
Wow, that's a Jaws. Big pop.
Bruce. Yeah, that's one of the supersized ones. It's Jaws, dude. This is like a cartoony. Let me see if I could do the solo thing here to make this bigger.
Yeah, that's what she said.
How come I'm not? There I am.
Yeah.
It's Quint and the shark, and I think you can actually like put him in his mouth and shit, and he eats them. We got some NECA figures.
Wow, that looks really good.
Yeah. Check out the accessories, dude. He's got like the crushed beer can, the other beer can.
He's got the machete.
Yeah, the bat, and what is that over there? He's got the headband and the rifle. And then they did like a diving version of Hooper here.
Hooper.
And then fucking Schneider, Ray Scheider, he didn't want to give his rights. They couldn't make his figure. They couldn't get his likeness for some reason.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, and you figure when the guys die, that's when they'll start releasing their merchandise, because usually the family gets it and they're not as uptight usually about that, or they need the money or want the money. You know, that's when you get a lot of licensing. Even though Clint Eastwood, which was one, going on off a toy tangent here since we're talking about toys for a second, Clint Eastwood famously would never give his likeness out for figures or statues or anything. And now in the last couple of years, we've been getting Clint Eastwood merchandise.
Oh, wow. Then he probably realizes the end of the road's coming.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you, depending on how much they pay you? I don't know enough about licensing and the, amount of money that they give for it, but like, what would you have against somebody making an action figure of you?
Unless you don't get any money from it, I guess is what everybody's concern is, right?
Right. But I'm saying maybe there's like, oh, I don't want people to have a little version of me or what, like, I don't know, some weird hang up that they may have over that. There may be that. Tom Cruise is another one. Rarely gives his likeness out for licensing, at least for action figures. Anyways, Jaws 2. Jaws 2. Only Brody comes back of the main three. Obviously, Quint would not be able to come back unless it was like Walking Dead or something like that.
But I think his deputy is in it too, right?
Maybe.
That goofy guy.
Mm-hmm. Another thing that happens in the Jaws movies is like the kids are always changing. They're always like different kids. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, I guess they try to use the fact that, kids grow and, they change, they get ugly as teenagers, then, they change again. I don't know. But yes, I noticed that.
But the timeline would have been perfect to return the two kids, because 3 years had passed in real life and 3 years had passed in the town of Amity or something like that, right? So it's not like they were doing part 2 20 years later and the kids were older. I bet you there's a story behind that. I don't know it, but there probably is a reason that they didn't. did the kids have nightmares or something? Did the kids have
they couldn't get them, or they were on another movie, or
did they have another gig? Who the fuck knows? But I think in every single sequel, the kids are always different. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I think you're right about that.
Yeah. This one is more. I watch it too, man. I don't think it's bad. I don't
think it's bad. I've certainly seen it a lot less than Jaws, though.
Yeah.
Actually, they don't play it a lot either, as much as Jaws.
Sure. It's more like a slasher film, right? Like teens and the monsters chasing them, and a lot of them are dying. Like way more die in this one.
Yeah.
Another thing I like about the Jaws movies is the posters are always cool. Like they always seem to have pretty cool posters. You know, the shark one swimming up with the girl swimming is iconic. But even the ones with the water skis and the shark is behind the boat and shit, those were pretty cool.
Yeah.
Covers.
Yeah, that's why I told you, like when that movie came out, when I went to see it, it's like one of the few times that I remember the movie poster being like a big deal, you know?
Yeah.
And then that movie poster was on everything. I mean, just everything.
They did a lot of parodies, you mean? Or just they put it everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, like there were shirts, there were the lunchbox. I mean, it did seem like it blew up and it was everywhere. And that was sort of the first time that I had seen that. I don't remember any other movie like that.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. They cashed in. There's a name for that. Where you don't make a product specifically, but you just like slap. They did this a lot in that era with toys too in the 70s and 80s. They would just slap a sticker that says Jaws on whatever to get something out to market. You know, this is your Jaws flashlight, and it's a flashlight and it has a Jaws sticker on it.
You know? Yeah.
Get your official Jaws harpoon. It was the same harpoon they had in stock. You know, toy harpoon. They just put a Jaws label on it now or whatever.
Yeah.
Just cashing
I can see that.
Striking while the iron's hot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now there's a little more lead time and they make more better stuff, you know, more like a prop from the actual movie, you know, that looks like that's what all these, you know, Marvel and DC movies are all about, you know, getting you to dress up as them for Halloween. Yeah.
So was there ever an explanation? I know as kids we used to talk about it. We may have even said it. It may have been completely made up and incorrect or whatever, that somehow there was a relationship between the first shark and the second shark.
I don't know, dude. It's crazy because there seems to be different sharks in every movie, but they still have like the same motive and sort of terrorize the same family always.
Well, and I didn't get that, and I know I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but I didn't get that until the Jaws revenge thing, because they really made it about that.
Well, that movies, one for sure.
Yeah. These two movies, you don't have that feeling, right?
Right, of course.
But it's ridiculous. Then they really slapped that baby on there, you know?
Yeah, we'll get to that one when we get to 4 in a minute. But yeah. So
what did you think about this movie just in general?
Jaws 2?
Yeah.
I'll watch it if it's on. It's enjoyable. It's definitely not like it seems like another kind of copy of Jaws with a little bit different circumstances, you know. They fleshed out Brody a little bit more with the psychotic, you know, he's kind of going, you know, trigger happy and like it's in his head, you know. That was interesting, you know. They put some effort into that. It's not like
he loses his job.
Yeah. But you know, I wonder
he seems to be less afraid of the water because he actually has a boat.
Right. And he's mostly like on his own in this one, if I recall. Like nobody's really.
There's no. I mean, there's that deputy, but he's really on his own.
Yeah, the deputy's probably in with the union, and he's not gonna, do anything crazy to get, himself killed out there. But yeah, more like a slasher feel. I don't remember any of the teens.
Yeah, big injection of the teens in this movie, and they basically they opened up the buffet,
Yeah, the burnt shark look is pretty cool. How he gets kind of disfigured.
Yeah, kind of injured shark.
Yeah.
Even though I always look at that scene, and it's like, wow, what a goofy ass scene.
Like, what was she thinking? She was gonna throw.
She wasn't.
Okay. She was gonna throw the gas tank on the shark, and she forgot that it was opened.
Pretty much. And then,
what injury was that going to cause to the shark?
I guess hit it, but then the idea of firing a flare, I guess she didn't understand that flares, are pretty expansive. They're not meant for short range. Anything in the area will catch on fire just about, but what can we say?
Yeah, that was the craziest moment. And they spoofed the hell out of that on Cruel Jaws. They do the same.
Oh, I don't remember that. Do they do that same scene?
In Cruel Jaws, not in Last Shark.
I don't remember seeing that.
Did you see Cruel Jaws?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, she did that in the boat with the thing.
Exactly the same thing?
Exactly. She lifts up a tank of gas. She pours it on herself. She fires a flare gun.
Wow.
Yeah. But that movie's a blatant. We'll get to that one in a minute. That one's a blatant just rip off of multiple movies. I found out later more. But yeah, I don't know. This guy didn't want to do that movie either. He agreed to do it because they'd let him out of his deal that he had with whatever studio that this was at the time. He had like 2 more movies, and they said, well, if you come back and do this, we'll let you out. And he was like, all right.
Who didn't want to do the movie?
Rob Schneider.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was kind of like forced into it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I assume he made a lot of money, though.
I'm not sure because he had a
deal, like a 3-movie deal, 4-movie deal.
Oh
yeah. Geez. So that was part of the thing, that they had him by the balls, and he didn't want to do it, and he never wanted to be involved in any of the others ever again.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, almost to the point where I don't even think that they'd ask him anymore, with the other ones, because they knew. But he did a good job in this one too.
Yeah, I think it was pretty good. I do remember also they expanded their paquettes a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the first time I saw it and watching, Jaws bring down a helicopter. That was pretty impressive. And we know that a lot of these other movies have helicopter debacles too.
Granted, Jaws helicopter, he lands in the water.
Yes. So a little bit more plausible that at least he's in the water with the shark.
Right. Like this other shit, the shark's like jumping, catching helicopter out of the air and bringing it into the fucking water, dude. Like, this, at least the boat, I still thought it was kind of crazy, but, he eats the boat while it's on the water.
Yeah.
So that's Jaws 2, man. I don't really have a lot to say about that one. It is, I think, a little underrated. I always watch it. Obviously not anywhere to the level of the original, but that's a high.
By the way, I remember when I saw that one too in the movies. I remember when he goes into the water to like retrieve that piece of wood.
Mm-hmm.
That was a major jump scare. I remember in the movie.
Yes.
When the burned body falls on him.
Yeah.
That was a big deal. Now you watch it and you don't even think about it, but
right.
It was a big deal in a movie theater.
Yeah, the jump scare generally only gets you once, though, right?
Yes.
That's why sometimes people say it's a cheesy tactic for, especially if you overuse it. suspense is suspense. You know, when they build up suspense, you probably, if you're into the movie, you're gonna feel it almost every time that you watch it. You know.
Yeah.
You know, like whenever the shark's approaching, you know, and the music comes on, you know, like, you know, something's gonna go down. You just don't know when or, you know, how bad it's gonna be. All right, so in the 80s, 3D started to become a bigger thing. They started bringing it back. Maybe into the 70s, Bum, or just strictly in the 80s, early 80s, you fell back in love.
I remember like a little surge in the 80s. I saw a couple of movies in 3D.
Yeah, these people tried to cash in on it. And they went SeaWorld, Dennis Quaid, what's this chick's name from Back to the Future? The mom from Back to the Future. She was also
Leah Thompson,
which was like everybody loved her at the time, apparently. Yeah. Is that Lou Gossett Jr.?
Yes.
He's funny. He's working with another brother there at one time, and I don't know what they're talking about. And he's like, well, we're not doing that because that's $3 million, nephew. And he called him nephew. I thought that was funny. I don't remember.
You'll lose your ass. I'll fire you, bitch.
Yeah. He was like, he had like a bright idea. Why don't we do this? And he's like, well, because that's going to cost nephew. And like, that's the last time you hear from that guy. And I think he gets eaten shortly after that. I think that this one, the idea of it sounds kind of interesting. SeaWorld and, you know, kind of just that general summary kind of has, but they just missed the mark with everything else, probably.
Yeah, and for me, I only watched the first two movies in the movie theaters. I remember seeing the rest of the movies, you know, like on TV.
Right.
So what I'm getting to that is that I'm sure probably, you know, Jaws 3 would have been better to watch it in the movies, you know, with the 3D probably.
Yeah, even though one of the knocks on it, I didn't see it in 3D, but one of the knocks is that some of the 3D effects are like unnecessary and kind of cheesy, you know? So that there's like maybe a couple that are cool that make sense, and the other ones are just kind of throwing it in for like, hey, this is the 3D movie, you know? So that technology, I guess, is hard to use with a more serious movie, I would say. If you're trying to make a serious movie, they had an idea of making it like a complete comedy. This one at one point, like calling it Jaws 3 People Zero or something like that, and they were gonna make it sort of like a funnier kind of, not taking the franchise so seriously, but they nixed that idea somewhere along the way. Which I thought that maybe would have been not terrible, you know, to take it a different way. Because how many times can you make the Jaws movie?
Yeah, I think it was a comedian speaking about Jaws, and he said, you know, that if you watch Jaws backwards, it's the story of a shark who survives being blown up and then spits people out.
Who said that? Because I think I've heard that before. Do you remember who that was?
I think it was is it Jim Gaffigan or something?
I think it is him. Yeah.
Does he have glasses?
He has glasses. He's kind of the stocky, Caucasian brother with like blonde. I wouldn't say he's bald, but balding maybe.
Kind of looks like somebody's dad.
Yes, he's funny, dude. He has a bunch of kids too.
Yeah,
kind of clean. Doesn't really get too dirty. Cut, but still very funny. Finds a way to be very funny.
Yes.
And sort of apolitical.
I don't think I've ever heard him say anything political.
Like I know probably his leanings are, but he doesn't really make a point of either one that way. From what I've seen of him. Anyways, how do we get on Jim Gaffigan? The story of the shark being shot, surviving, being exploded. Dennis Quaid apparently was high on cocaine almost every day on the set in this movie.
Cool.
Yeah, from what I read.
Did not know that.
Yes. He does seem a bit jittery in the movie, so it may be true. Just basically there's a little shark they catch, and then there's a debate over whether they want to kill it, and she's like, let's, we'll have one in captivity, and I think it dies like a couple hours later or something because it can't stay alive. And
I was going to say that brings up a good point. I guess there's never been a great white in captivity, right? It can't, right?
Right. That was when I heard it in the movie. I forgot. I didn't look it up, so I don't know. But I've never heard of one.
No,
I know they have other sharks that they have.
Oh, they have plenty. They have plenty.
Yeah, in the aquarium they have.
Yeah,
I think they still do have like hammerheads and stuff like that.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe check that out if you have a shot there. I don't know. I've never heard of it. And then there's the mom shark. That's actually the one that comes in. Have you ever been to SeaWorld, by the way?
I have.
I've never been, and I want to go this year because I didn't realize how many roller coasters they have nowadays. But is that underwater place just like that? Those tunnels and that restaurant all under like a giant aquarium?
I don't remember that at SeaWorld. I have seen that where I remember something more similar to that was at the Atlanta Seaquarium. That's not too far from the Coca-Cola Museum.
In Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes, that one, you walk through a tunnel and, it's all glass and there's fish and all kinds of, there's divers feeding fish and all that. And that looks more like that.
When's the last time you went to the SeaWorld here in Florida?
Oh, the kids were small. I think I may have been there 2 or 3 times.
Was there a bunch of roller coasters during those times too?
They had roller coasters, but now they have more.
Yeah, I think they have like 6 pretty heavy duty rides.
I think what was really cool about that place is that I saw a couple things that I had never seen. Number one, penguins. I had never seen
dude.
Penguins. I had never seen penguins.
Why would they be living here, dude?
Well, because they have a whole like Arctic area. Polar bear, I think I saw there.
Oh my God, what's a polar bear doing here?
That was amazing.
That seems cruel to have a polar bear in this fucking heat, dude.
Well, all of that stuff for the penguins and everything is like sort of in a cold place, like a closed cold aquarium.
So like you walk into like a refrigerator to see these people.
Well, with the polar bear, I don't think you walk into anything. You're looking at a glass because those things will kill you. But
so he's in the refrigerator.
Yes, and so are the penguins.
So you're looking into a refrigerator, basically.
Yeah,
it's a refrigerator with a window, a freezer with a window, basically, like an aquarium, but for fucking ice, if you will.
Yes.
Otherwise, they would melt, or their facility would melt, dude. In this,
yeah, look it up. They'll show you the kind of the pictures of it. Right. And then the other thing
I need to go
was that I hadn't seen ever before, and I saw there were those white beluga whales.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, and again, all in that kind of cold area, which and I'm trying to think if they had the ones with the spear.
That's a narwhal.
Yeah, I think they may have had those too, man. So I had never seen those animals ever, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I gotta go check it out.
So this movie, I thought all that stuff was cool, the concept of it, but I don't know. The execution and the 3D gag, I guess, hurt from the thing. And
yeah, that was tough.
Yeah. But dude, up to now, all these movies are making money. They're still
absolutely, yeah.
They're still making money. Not to the degree of the original Jaws, but to I guess if you're just making a movie to make money, it's weird when you talk about like Disney movies and they get a movie that isn't like killer and but still makes a good amount of money. We're like, hey, still made, I don't know, as bad as it made $60 million, and they're like, oh my god, that's a tremendous failure. Like we've dedicated so much of our resources and our time and all this to like do a gamble, right? And it was like, damn, we wanted to hit even bigger than that. Is that greed, or is that just like that's their thing? Like they're just trying to get the next massive hit all the time.
Yeah, well, and they're trying to bank on the name and and the franchise, if you could call it that. By the way, the Monterey Bay Aquarium in California is known for successfully housing a young female great white shark in captivity for a record-breaking 198 days in 2004. However, they eventually released it back because its health was deteriorating.
Yeah, dude. What they do to the orcas is fucking killer, man.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. I don't think SeaWorld has orcas anymore. They did when I went, but I don't think anymore.
Yeah, they have the ones they have, from what I understand, but they're not getting anymore.
Any new ones?
Yeah, but when you went, you probably got to see what they discontinued, which was that show where the trainers would go into the water and the whales would like lift them up out of the water and play with them.
Dude,
and shit.
They had the baddest. Okay, what you just said there is like what you would see at this aquarium. They had this thing in a much larger stadium that they would do at night with lasers and all kinds of lights and music. It was amazing. I have to say, I know it's terrible.
The dudes are in the water with the seals. I mean, the orcas doing tricks, right?
The whole thing. They're in the water. I think they also have like a couple of those dolphins that have the same color scheme, like they're black and white too, and they're in the water doing.
Because an orca is a giant fucking dolphin, basically.
Yeah,
it's basically a giant dolphin,
but with a little bit more aggressive though.
Yes, but like I mean, physically, if you look at it, it's like a fucking buff, big ass dolphin, dude, with bigger teeth, and like I would rather have been the Miami orcas than the Miami Dolphins. It's a little more, we'll kill you, dude. What are we gonna do?
Well, it's definitely a more menacing animal.
Yes, the dolphin is. We could have been sharks, dude, too.
By the way, around the Jaws time, they did make a movie called Orca, I think.
Oh wow! And that's the name of this boat, obviously.
Yeah, and it was
a great name for your boat if you're hunting shark.
Yeah, and it was a killer orca, a killer whale.
Yeah, and the killer whale, I used to think they were a whale because of the name, but it's because they're a whale killer. I don't know why they call it the other way around, but they basically, that's part of what they do is kill whales.
Yeah, for their livers.
And they have like coordinated attacks too, and they even have like training sessions for the little ones. Well, they'll go after something and let the little guys go, and maybe they don't even kill it. Maybe they give up, not because, maybe they weren't hungry, but they do stuff for the training exercises.
Yes,
crazy. Hang out with the family forever.
I wonder if there's ever been a person attacked by an orca.
Oh yeah, dude, those SeaWorld trainers, bro.
Well, no, not counting those, but yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, like in the wild, like at the beach.
What?
At the beach.
Yeah. You know what, man? I don't remember ever hearing about.
I don't think so either.
So it's almost like the ones that do it in captivity are like, fuck, dude, I'm so fucking pissed. I'm so stressed. I'm so, fucking. It's like they're acting out for fucking anger or depression or craziness. And it's the tricks that they make them do. It's basically by withholding food and then training them with the food. But yes, horrible. Blackfish. We all saw Blackfish. But probably the only way you were ever going to see one of those animals,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, there have been multiple killer whale attacks on humans in the wild, but such attacks are less common.
There was some in the Keys this week, bro.
Yes, which is rare because I don't think they like this water usually, right?
Yeah, I don't know, but I thought it was interesting.
The attacks on the trainers were fatal, right? Or at least one was.
I believe there was like 3.
They were all fatal.
Yeah. And
yeah, one like drowned it. Like it just grabbed the person. Like it didn't chew it up. It just pushed, like
it kept taking it to the bottom of the tank.
Yeah. It didn't let him come up.
Yeah, there was some people that survived, some trainers that survived those attacks.
Yes.
But one of these, I don't remember the name, Tekata, whatever. The whale had like killed somebody in another park, and they kind of did like they do with the priest in the Catholic Church when they fucking commit a crime. They just move him to like another church. They just sold him to like another park, and then he went and he fucking killed somebody there too.
Actually, those orcas are famous for is actually sinking boats.
They're doing that now, right? Like that's a recent phenomenon that's been happening. What I heard about that one was that a boat had like injured one of them or somebody in their pod, and then they started thinking that like boats are their enemies and they have to like attack them.
Wow, listen to this. From 2020 to 2023, I guess this is another pandemic related item. There were at least 500 reports of orcas attacking boats in the Atlantic coast of Spain and Portugal. 500.
In 3 years?
Yeah. Well, and unusual and unprecedented behavior.
Bum. When Jonas was here earlier, he put this comment. I'm just doing some quick math here. He said there's been 34 attacks, which is basically through half the year. Let's just round it up to 40 for argument's sake, right? So if we just extrapolate that will be 80 for the year. And if we did 3 years, that will be 240. This number you're giving is like 2 times more. So you supposedly in those 3 years, if these numbers, it could be more or less, but we should be hearing way more. Why aren't we hearing about orca attacks?
Well, I guess it's mainly because it happened in Spain and the Atlantic coast off Spain and Portugal. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a regional thing.
And to the point that the Portuguese Coast Guard banned small sailing vessels from the region.
Wow, dude.
Imagine that crap.
See, I always think, man, it'd be cool to have a boat. And then I start hearing about all this stuff, man. I'm like, I don't know. Wow, dude. Wow. So the orcas are living up to their name.
And then they love seals, man. They wipe out those seals.
Yeah, that's another thing. These trainers always look like a fucking seal, too. They're like in black and shit. Like, I don't know if that's the right costume.
But I remember from Blackfish, the fish killed somebody. Then, and I don't know if it was the same fish or a different instance, somebody that was kind of unstable mentally, like snuck into the park and jumped into the pool, and the shark like got him and like tore him up, killed him, and then was like swimming around with the guy draped on his back around the park. Yeah, dude.
Wow. It was kind of like showcasing its trophy.
Yeah. Let me show you something here, because I think Jaws 2 is playing. I don't know if you could see that.
I could see the TV, yeah.
Can you see Jaws? Can you see the sport that they're doing?
I see somebody being lifted, no?
Yeah. I think this is the only time I've ever seen this sport.
I don't even remember that. What was it, like parasailing?
He's got like a sail and he's in like a chair which is like connected to the boat, and then he pulls himself up with the sail and then he gets dunked in the water. I imagine this was very dangerous and never done again after a short period of time. I just don't get.
Yeah, it's like It's like crash landing parasailing, right?
Yeah, but like, what if you get wrapped up in that thing with your chair in the water and you're under the sail or something? And
yeah. Not good.
look at this guy. What's he doing? He's like about to fall off. This just looks dangerous, dude.
Yeah, there's nothing good about that.
Yeah. Don't know the name of that sport, but I don't think it's around anymore, from what I remember. Probably got replaced with other iterations of it. Okay, so Jaws 3. Anything else on that one?
No, I think that covers it.
All right. Next up, Jaws 4, The Revenge.
The Revenge.
Jaws 4 completely says, fuck it. We don't give a shit about Jaws 3. Don't pay attention to that. We're not even taking that into a consideration here.
Pretty much.
They completely ignore it. Again,
I'm sorry. Is there any connection Jaws 3 to the other ones?
I believe those two kids, the two main kids, and the one that works in the aquarium in SeaWorld is his son, and the one that comes from out of town that's messing with the Back to the Future girl is his brother. So those are the Brody boys.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That makes sense now.
But other than them telling you that, there is no real connection to the other movies. Like, if they don't tell you that detail, it could be a standalone movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I got you.
Like, this is almost like that marketing thing that we were talking about, where they just strap a label on something and tell you, here it is, this is Jaws. You know, they just put Jaws 3 on it, but like nothing about it is like Jaws 1 or 2. You know,
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Dennis Quaid is Mike Brody.
Yeah, one of the Brody boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a Sean Brody.
Yeah, that's his brother that comes in from out of town to visit.
Yeah. Yes.
And he's got like psychological issues about being in the water. I guess they tie it in that way. Something that happened when I was a kid.
You see, I don't remember that. I'm glad you cleared that up.
Yeah, they just kind of tell you it. But, you know, that tells you how strong the poontang is, dude. The guy doesn't want to go in the water, and the girl, like, invites him in, and he still goes in the water, you know, to mess around with her. So, like, we all have our weaknesses, you know.
When was Jaws 3 made?
I believe it's like 83, 84, something like that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Somewhere in that range. And then a few years later, we get Jaws 4, The Revenge. I think that's like 87 or 88, something like that.
87.
87. There you go. We got Van Peebles is in there. Caine is in there. Michael Caine, I think, just to get a paycheck and go get a tan, really.
That has to be. Lorraine, I guess Ellen Brody, Lorraine Gary is in it.
They got her back, and they that was, I believe, her final role. I believe she only has 8 credits in her career. 3 of them are with Spielberg. She may have been like an not Graffiti. Another Spielberg movie that I can't remember right now off the top of my head.
She's 85.
Oh, she's still kicking.
Yeah, 85.
Do you have her filmography there?
Jaws, Car Wash. I Never Promised You a Rose Garden, 0 to 60, Jaws 2, Just You and Me. 1941. 1941.
Okay, but she was in Jaws 2 as well. So
yes.
Okay, so half her credits are with Spielberg, right? 1941 is Spielberg?
Yes.
Yeah. And like almost all of her, you know, almost half. Here's the lady's about to light herself on fire. That's interesting. So she came kind of out of retirement to do that role, and I don't think she did anything else after. I don't know, dude. Like in the beginning of the movie, it started with some potential. The kid, one of the Brody brothers, that's a cop, kind of took the mantle over for his dad, is there in Christmas time, and you see like Amity and Christmas, and then he's about to like go home for Christmas dinner or something, and a call comes into the station.
dinghy out in the bay or something. You know, he's like, can't the Coast Guard get it or somebody? And they're like, no, they're gone for the night. And he's like, all right. He puts on his gear. He gets in the boat and he goes to kind of dislodge. I don't know if it's a piece of wood or something, driftwood. And then as he's doing that, like the shark comes and like bites off his hand. And then eventually like he ends up in the water and eating. I was like, oh man, it kind of started. I thought it started interesting.
Yeah. And we learned that Chief Brody basically, per the wife, the shark killed him.
He died of a heart attack, I think.
Right.
But
from
it was due to
fear and stress and all the things of the sharks.
Yeah, and they do have a picture of him in like the police station, you know, like honoring him that they show for a minute there. But yeah, they end up going to the Bahamas because the other kid, after he comes in for the funeral, takes her back. He's doing research, collecting some sort of snails in the bottom of the ocean or something, which they went the total different way from the other Jaws movie. Well, I guess in Jaws 3, one of the brothers was in the water. The other one was afraid. But I guess both these guys kind of were dealing with the water still, the two kids. Oceanographer or something is what this guy was. But then we find out that the shark kind of has like a grudge, dude. The shark is like out to get him and follows him to the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
But they never said that the sharks are connected in any way.
No, back to that. No,
yeah,
like the same family or something like that.
Yeah.
No, I've never heard any theories on that at all. Or if it's a reincarnation of another one. No, nothing. That would be interesting. But I don't think sharks travel like in pods and shit like
no
killer whales do.
No,
I think they were related and just wanting to make more money. Oh, another cool thing is they never mentioned the name Jaws in any of the movies.
Yes.
That's kind of interesting. I think this is the same deputy from part 1. Actually, now that you mention it, that I'm seeing on the boat. This guy looks very disinterested always in his job.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like they woke him up. He was sleeping. They woke him up and he's pissed.
Yeah. He's dealing with a lot, this kid, probably.
By the way, because you had me look up 1941, Lorraine Gary's in there and Murray Hamilton, the mayor, is also in that movie.
Yeah, this guy definitely had like a roster, right?
Yeah. The cast, if you ever get to see this movie, listen to this cast. Dan Aykroyd, Ned Beatty, John Belushi, wow. Christopher Lee, wow. Tim Matheson, if you remember Animal House. Tim Matheson is the guy who there was in the famous scene when they go to like trial. He's the lawyer for them.
Is this a comedy?
Yes. John Candy.
So
Spielberg
did a comedy.
Yeah.
Is that like his only comedy?
This is, and the premise of this is, it's kind of fucked up. The Germans like land, instead of like the Japanese attacking, it's called 1941. It's sort of the Germans.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is a nod to an Animal House when John Belushi says, did we fold when the Germans attacked Pearl Harbor? Anyways, something to check out. It's got a great cast, and obviously Spielberg did it, but you don't get to hear too much about this movie.
Why?
It's considered a cult classic. Even in the Wikipedia, it says that.
Okay. But it's kind of out of his wheelhouse, right?
It is.
Style.
Yeah, it is.
Probably never done anything like that or since then.
I don't think so.
Before that or after. I'll have to check it out. 1941.
So we're back to The Revenge. What was Michael Caine's role in this again?
He was like the pilot.
He was a pilot.
So he would like fly them in and out of the island, and he lived nearby, and he was kind of like a friend of the family. And then he kind of tries to start hooking up with Mrs. Brody.
Yeah, that I remember.
Yeah, and then she kind of decides to go on the boat to try to kill the shark, which basically puts everybody else in danger because she doesn't have any plan or know what the hell she's doing. And then they come in on a fucking plane, and he lands the plane in the water, but it's not one of those water planes apparently, which is part of the problem. It's just a regular kind of plane, so that sinks. I think the shark maybe eat some of it. Everybody kind of swims over to the shark, and then Peebles sort of takes like a Hooper role, and the other guy takes like a Brody role, and they end up, one of them in the water. You think he's dead, and I think they like kill the shark with like electromagnet pulses, but then they stick like the point of the boat into it, and it kind of explodes. It's what I think happens.
Yeah, that one, I'm going to say I've seen that one twice.
Yeah.
I've actually seen Jaws 3 more than I've seen that one. By a lot.
That was obviously the end of the franchise at that point. But there was like there was a video game for the Nintendo around at that time too, I remember. Or a little bit afterwards.
For Jaws?
Yeah, they had a Jaws video game.
And what? It was obviously killing the shark?
You were like a diver. It's kind of nonsensical. You're a diver and you're just spearing fucking sea life for no apparent reason. I don't know. They're just like different fish are swimming at you and you have to kill them, which is like, if you're a conservationist, you're like, why is he fucking killing the fish? They didn't do anything. But so you're killing fish. And then every once in a while, Jaws comes and you got to like shoot at him, but avoid him. And then he'll go away. But you eventually want to upgrade to a sub, and you get a sub, and then the sub can throw missiles or bombs onto Jaws. But if the shark touches the sub, you then become the diver again, and then you have to go in the water, and then it's a whole thing to kill him. And then at the end, you end up spearing him. That's how you kill him. You get like another scene when you're in the boat, and you end up you have to time it right to spear him.
Wow, the good old days when those games were just kill shit.
Yes. I mean, I spent a lot of time playing that game.
Wow.
And it was difficult. Dude, this movie was so bad that they even misspelled California in the credits. Like it says California or something, or like the name is totally misspelled. Like they just,
wow.
Yeah, you never see those type of errors in movies.
How do they kill the shark in this one again?
The guy has some sort of device that like sends like radio waves, and it kind of drives it crazy. But in the end, what they end up doing is spearing it with the tip of the boat, and it explodes.
Of the sailboat.
Yeah. Like
I don't remember it exploding, though.
Kind of blows up. And then the other thing is she starts having flashbacks of Brody killing the original shark, and everybody's like, why the hell would she remember that? She didn't like see that, Yeah. Maybe she heard the story so many times.
Maybe.
That you kind of picture it and they just show it, I don't know. There's two schools of thought on that. One, it's bullshit. Two, yeah, she could have heard the story so many times that she had an idea of it. And they used that footage and other times of things that happen. She has like a lot of premonitions in the movie.
There's a lot of flashbacks going back to Martin, like trying to set up that, the shark eventually had his way with Martin.
Right. Exactly. Okay. And then you had me watch The Last Shark yesterday. That was hard to watch.
Okay. But wait a minute.
It's the last shark movie you'll see because you won't want to watch any more shark movies after it.
So you also saw the Fauci shark, right?
Fauci Crudelli.
Yeah.
Cruel Jaws. We'll talk to that. I want to talk about that one after because I realized that this movie has a lot of shit in it that Cruel Jaws also rips off, down to the footage in some cases.
So which one did you find to be like worse?
I found The Lost Shark to be worse because it was trying to be a serious movie.
And it had serious actors.
And it sucked. And Cruel Jaws, while it sucked, it's so bad it's good, and it knows what it is. It's kind of doing rip-offs and spoofing shit, and like, I watched it and we kept going, oh my god, they're doing the that scene. Oh my god, they did the gas scene. Oh my god, it's a regatta. Like, just blatant rip-offs. It was just like, it was a good drinking game movie. Every time they rip off from a shark movie, take a shot. So right. I thought just to sit down and watch it, I laughed with Cruel Jaws. This one was kind of just like bad.
But the last shark, I think, was right after Jaws, right?
Yes.
No, it was, or was it in between Jaws and Jaws 2?
I think it was maybe after Jaws 2.
Oh, okay.
I think it's
and
like
before 3.
Yeah, I think it's like 80, maybe. Let me look that up real quick.
Or 81.
Yeah. So it's after Jaws 2, before Jaws 3, I think, is where it would fall in the timeline. Does that movie have any redeeming qualities for you?
The Last Shark?
Yeah.
Other than laughter? I think both of them are funny, and they have their moments where, like, oh my God.
Also Italian, right?
I think so. I saw them both. I saw both of those movies in sort of in a what would the word be? Reduced, sort of like a Mystery Science with two guys like making fun of it.
Okay.
Like Mystery Science Theater, remember that?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I saw it on YouTube with two guys that really were just, they highlighted all the fucked up scenes and, the more funnier or exaggerated things. So I didn't watch the movies like from start to finish. I saw them like abbreviated that way.
Yeah. 1981, by the way.
Yeah.
Is the year, and it is Italian as well. And they call it Great White, I think, in some places, according to
AKA
this.
Great White.
Yeah. When you have more than one name, like, you're probably not good, dude.
Yeah, that's that you were trying to, like, you re-released it, like, in another part of the world, and you changed the name so people wouldn't know it was the same shit-ass movie.
Yeah, like, one of the more ridiculous parts is when, like, all the guys windsurfing, which you don't see that either too much. You see it every once in a while, but not that much. Like, I don't know, hundreds of people fall in the water, and I think a lot of them, I don't know how hungry the shark was, but I think a lot of them get killed, too. L'Ultimo Squalo, that's another name. The movie had a bunch of names.
Yes.
It made $21 million.
Wow.
Oh, listen to this. The film did well at the box office, grossing over $18 million in its first month in the U.S. However, its North American release was later blocked after the filmmakers were accused of plagiarizing Jaws.
Yeah, that's what I heard, that movie was the most blatant plagiarized, and it's the one they sort of held accountable.
Yeah, dude. They stuck it to him. I think they kind of did a similar thing to the Cruel Jaws, where they sued them or made them sign over the rights to any DVD sales or anything, because I think that was a direct-to-DVD movie. Because that one is really blatant, down to footage and exact story. Yeah, I don't know. That one was hard to get through. Was Vic Morrow a good actor?
He was, dude.
He's kind of their Quint. He's kind of their Quint, right?
Exactly. I thought about us there in the scene when there's a scene where they drag him out of the water. The first thing they give him is like bourbon or whiskey. It was funny.
Yeah, I don't know much about that guy.
Yeah, that guy, unfortunately, what he's known for, he was in a TV show called Combat, which was a black and white, like, military show on television. But what that guy is known for is his actual death. So, do you remember the remake of The Twilight Zone?
Vaguely.
The movie?
Vaguely.
It was a movie made by John Landis, famous director, who basically did a movie version of some of the more famous episodes of Twilight Zone.
Okay.
And in that movie, there's a scene where there's a guy who's super racist, and somehow he gets transported back. You know, the Twilight Zone was like paranormal. They show him getting transported to different times in history where he is like the one that they're being racist. So, example, they transport him back to Nazi Germany and he's Jewish.
Right.
They transport him back to the Southern KKK and he's black.
He's a slave all of a sudden.
Yeah. And there's one scene where they send him back to Vietnam. And
what is he there?
He's a gook.
Okay.
He's Chinese or Vietnamese.
They won.
The Americans, right? And the Americans though are trying to kill him.
Right. Okay.
Dude, and in the filming of a scene where he's in a supposedly in a swamp being chased by helicopters, and he's got two kids with him, two little Vietnamese kids, and he's trying to make it through the swamp. They actually completed the movie, and there's that scene, but in making that scene, the helicopter lands on them and decapitates him and kills the kids.
Oh my God.
And then it goes to court, and it's a super famous trial, a big trial during that time. And it actually makes the resulting, they change a bunch of rules about what you could do on a movie set, that you can't have kids working at night, that, you know, it just like, it's a landmark case because of all the things that come out of it. But basically, he is decapitated and the kids are killed in that filming of that. They completed the movie and he's in the movie.
Do they show the decapitation?
No, of course not.
Oh, look, that would be like original. Like
no.
Jeez.
But that was obviously. But they were able to fit it with the footage. I don't know how they were able to do it, but they finished the movie. He was in it. Kids, I think, are in it. Just obviously that scene wasn't shown, obviously.
This has to be the worst disaster to happen on a movie set of all time.
It's, well, you know, you think about, when people think about that Rust, you know, that was like a pretty big deal, but this was horrendous. And supposedly it put a bunch of restrictions and laws about the way you could film, the pyrotechnics.
Yeah, no decapitations.
Pretty much, yeah. And,
wow,
you know, the kids too. So, yeah, that's...
You don't see that much anymore. Remember when we were growing up, it was almost all kids movies. Not kids movies, but like kids in movies. You know, there was that whole era of like the Coreys and all these other sort of child actors. What's her name? The one that was in The Blonde. She was married to Tom Green.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
She was it Poltergeist or was it?
No, not Poltergeist.
Not Poltergeist. Fire. She's in E.T.
Yes, Drew Barrymore.
Drew Barrymore. Thank you. Even Jodie Foster, you know, was underage for that role that she did Taxi. I feel like you don't. Almost this chick from Star Wars, and she's also in Marvel and 50 million other things. Padme.
She was kind of young in The Professional.
Natalie Portman.
But it seems like they don't do that.
The Olsen sisters from Full House.
Yes.
Which later became Marvel.
We're not going to go into
one of them did.
We're not going to go to a Bob Saget tangent. Bob Tangent.
Saget.
Yeah, Bob Saget tangent. I think it's one of the smaller sisters. That's the one that went into Marvel. That did. It's not the twins. It's their like smaller sister.
Is that what it is? Oh, I thought it was one of the twins.
I believe it's one of.
Oh wow, it was three sisters. Jesus.
Yeah, but this one didn't have anything to do with Full House.
No, clearly, yeah.
Yeah. So, dude, I had never heard about that. That is fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, read up on it. I think they sued John Landis there too.
Who's John Landis?
John Landis, famous director. I think he did Animal House. He did some other movies. Let's see what his credits are. I know
he's the one who did this movie.
Yeah, the Twilight Zone, the movie version.
Oh, okay. Fuck, I was thinking Last Shark because they got sued too. But all right, this is the fucking helicopter disaster. That's horrific, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. He did Beverly Hills Cop, The Three Amigos, Trading Places.
I remember seeing all those movies at the theater.
Oh my God. He did Animal House, Blues Brothers, American Werewolf in London, Trading Places.
American Werewolf in London?
Yeah.
Like a remake?
No, that was the original.
Oh, shit. Because they remade that, right?
I think they did, yeah.
With Del Toro?
No, you're thinking that's the actual werewolf.
It's just called Werewolf?
I think so.
Okay. Let me look that up.
Spies Like Us, Clue, Three Amigos, Coming to America.
So he did a couple collabs with Eddie Murphy there. Because he said he did the Beverly Hills too, right?
Yes. He did Beverly Hills Cop 3, though. Is that probably the worst one?
I don't even remember that, dude.
The Lost World.
Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this guy's no bum.
Wow, dude. So this movie I'm thinking of the werewolf is like 90s, right? Or early 2000s, probably.
Yeah, right. This one is the one he made was 1981.
Oh, he made The Wolfman.
Right, Wolfman.
Yeah.
There was a couple of them. And didn't Jack Nicholson do one?
I don't know.
And then didn't Anthony Hopkins do one?
I know he did Bram Stoker's Dracula. Let me look.
I think he may have been.
Let me look up.
Wow, that goes to show you there's been a lot of werewolf movies.
There's obviously Teen Wolf.
And how many have you seen when you think about it?
I've never been into those wolf ones, to be honest. I remember watching Teen Wolf. Oh my God, I looked up Jack Nicklaus, the golfer. What looking Jack Nicholson, dude? What are you doing?
I may have said Nichols. Buckshot Walters.
I think my bourbon's kicking in. Show me the way to go. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. I had a little drink about an hour ago and it went right to my head.
I think that's a good Nettles song too.
I'm gonna when I need a ride home, I'm gonna start singing that at the end of the evening. Wherever I may roam, on land or sea or foam. All right, let's see. What year do you think Nicholson may have done this wolf?
Oh, I got it. Oh my God. It was 1994, and it has Michelle Pfeiffer in it.
Wow, that's just called Wolf.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Michelle Pfeiffer, James Spader, Christopher Plummer. It's maybe the Benicio del Toro one that has Hopkins in it. Let's see.
But they're all like different incarnations. This one's Wolf. That one's the Wolfman. This Wolf has a 63% tomato meter on the experts, 42% on the audience.
Yes, the Wolfman is the one with Anthony Hopkins. Ooh, Anthony Hopkins, Emily Blunt.
Which one's Emily Blunt?
She's in Krappenheimer, and she did those A Quiet Place.
So just back to that a second, or going to that a second. You mentioned Oppenheimer. You went to go see it. You said it was going to be like an important moment. You hadn't been to the movies in a while, and that could make or break when you go. Good enough for you to go back to the movies? I guess it didn't disappoint you from what I remember you telling me.
No, it didn't disappoint me, but Nicky went to see it again with his friend, and I asked his friend, like, what do you think of it? And he described it the same way. It doesn't have comedy, it doesn't have action, it doesn't have suspense. It's sort of just like a really good documentary with really good actors in it. It's going to win a ton of awards. The acting's amazing, especially Robert Downey Jr. But it's not a movie I would ever, I would not see that movie 5 or 10 times.
Right. Nicky must have liked it. He went back to see it.
Yeah, I think he did. But I think he's not too far from my diagnosis. Good movie, well made, great cast. But, it's not like, oh, it was hilarious. Oh, it was action packed. Oh, it was, it's just kind of like a really good documentary.
Oh, well, at least you didn't go see Barbie.
No.
Although that's fucking killing it, dude.
Oh my God, it's shattering. As I expected, it's shattering. Though I did see this thing, like an advisory, a warning. I guess Barbie feet is like a big thing now, and there's girls trying to do it on TikTok, and podiatrists are trying to talk girls out of it because it's bad for your arches. And
no, they'll have more work, dude. Most of them are probably, fucking do it.
So yeah,
we'll see you in the office in a couple of weeks. Try to fix your
to answer your question, it wasn't a terrible experience where I say, wow, I won't give another movie a chance. I did tell you that when I went to see it, there was they're coming out with another Exorcist.
Yes.
With the mother. The mother's in it.
Okay.
I think I sent you the trailer.
And before we get to Cruel Jaws, this will... Oh, they have a trailer for it? So this is full steam ahead.
I sent it to you.
So they're going to release this in the next few months?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's not an idea. That's crazy. We're going to have to watch that maybe.
Napoleon, a Ridley Scott movie.
Well, what happens with all that shit with the strike?
I think those movies were produced already.
So we probably just have a few more movies coming out, and then it's going to be like a dead time unless they resolve this quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess it's the streaming is the whole issue now.
Oh my God, dude. Though I saw, and we're getting really off topic here, but I saw like the guy from Breaking Bad. What's his name?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I don't remember.
Dude, he got up on the
Cranston, or I don't know.
Yeah, Bryan Cranston.
There you go.
Dude, and he got up there like, very impassioned. We're just trying to make a fair living. And it's like, wow, really?
And then you got Fran Drescher out there.
We're just trying to put food on the table. Really? You're gonna have the balls to say that?
Nobody's buying that. In this,
you were saying Fran Drescher. I thought that lady, like, where does she come out of?
She's like the head of their union or spokesperson or something, dude. Like they couldn't get somebody who like maybe talks a little bit better.
No,
she's a good actress and all that.
Dude, I think clearly
she just seems like a Karen out there.
That's why they got her, dude. In negotiations, that voice will make anybody concede.
They're like,
we just don't want to have getting any money.
We don't want to talk to this lady anymore. We'll give you whatever you want. You may be right. That's all strategy. I'm here like, Jesus, she sounds terrible. Why do they have this lady? But I think you hit it on the head.
Terrible, dude. And like, why do they get somebody whose career's over?
Hey, back in the day, She was a hottie, dude.
Yeah. No, you know, she's still an attractive woman until she opens her mouth.
Well,
even for her age, you know,
yeah,
for her age.
Even back then, she had still that annoying voice, you know. But she was a smoke show, dude.
Yeah.
Really hot, dude.
Yeah, she was. I mean, she's not bad for an old lady now.
No, I'm not. You know, I'm not saying, you know, anything about her current condition. Just, you know, in her prime, you know, like I could talk about Deion Sanders right now, who has blood clots and everything, and he probably can't make an interception now, but I still, you know, can revere him. But in his prime, you know, that's when he was
prime time.
Yeah, prime time.
So I saw that Exorcist. I guess could you call that a sequel? I don't know.
I didn't read about it, but that like leads right into this question that I had. That I guess I can ask it now since we already did the official Jaws movies.
Well, you had Cruel Jaws to go, right?
We're gonna do that one, but it's not an official Jaws movie. It's to kind of use the name and whatever, but it's not, you know, one of the official ones. So I can ask this question now. It segues right with that thing. Is there any doubt there's going to be another Jaws movie eventually?
Well, you know, definitely, like from the Jaws franchise, the Brodies and all that.
Branded possibly. Jaws in the Jaws. When you buy the Jaws collection, it'll be Jaws 1, 2, 3, 4, and this movie 5, if you will. I don't know what they'll call it, but it'll be part of the Jaws
franchise. I think it should be Quentin Tarantino's last movie.
Quentin. All right. That would be crazy, dude. But it's gonna happen, right? At some point, Hollywood's gonna be like, dude, we got this name. People will still come. We'll get somebody hot that came off a couple, you know, whatever, you know, and they'll do it. They're gonna do it.
All right. Pick your reboot characters for the new Jaws that you're talking about. Who do you think? Who would make a great Quint that's out there now?
Okay, you're talking about a straight up remake. Then we're casting those roles again.
Yeah, a reboot.
Let's do that for fun, but I don't think that's what it'll be. You know, I think it'll be something else maybe. But like if we were just recasting these guys with modern day actors,
yeah.
Oh, let's see, man. That's kind of a tough one. Let's just
think of what?
Would you put any big names in it?
Well, you know what? I could actually see Robert Downey Jr. as Hooper.
Mm-hmm. That guy's so good, he could probably play any of them, dude.
Yeah.
If he wanted to, you know.
Probably.
And
by the way, getting on another tangent since you mentioned it, you know what? I haven't even seen what people say is his greatest movie.
Whose?
Robert Downey Jr.'s.
Oh, Tropic Thunder, dude, obviously.
No.
That shit's hilarious, though.
Chaplin is supposedly his best movie.
Never seen it.
Neither have I.
There's a lot of Marvel shit there. I don't know. But could you see Christian Bale doing like a Quint? Or maybe...
It's got to be an older guy, I think.
How old is Christian Bale? Dude, he played fucking McCain. Not McCain. He played...
John McCain.
No, not John McCain. But he played the vice president, right?
That's true with prosthetics and stuff. I don't know. I mean, Chris.
How about the guy who was in Gladiator?
Which guy?
Gladiator.
Russell Crowe?
Russell Crowe now.
Yes.
Looks now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of
that
an
could
older,
be something.
Scruffier guy, maybe.
He's got a bit of the accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
You know who I would put as Brody? I would put Adrian Brody as Brody.
So you're trying to also match their look.
I just did that, dude. I just happened, okay? And their names. That wasn't intentional. He just happened to also be named Brody.
Because, I mean, you could have Leo do Brody.
We could make Leo Hooper.
I think he's too tall.
Okay, so who do you make?
It's got to be somebody that could be nerdy. Robert Downey Jr. could be nerdy.
So you would do Hooper for Downey?
I think so.
All right, we're just roughing it there. So,
and they're both short too.
So do you like Adrian Brody for Brody?
Kind of. Yeah.
Okay, but my point is if this movie's inevitable, kind of agree it's probably inevitable at some point, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40.
It's surprising they haven't done it, right?
Right. They're going to go to it in some form or fashion. Maybe it's a prequel to the Quint thing, which would be cool. Maybe it's some other thing, whatever. Why don't you do it while Spielberg's alive and you let him somehow, maybe he doesn't want to direct it, but somehow be involved like he has been with the new Jurassic Park movies in some capacity. Let him executive produce, but be hands-on. Because there's different types of executive producers. Some are just they put the name and the money and that's it.
Right.
And some are actually there, involved and, watching dailies and making recommendations and rewrites and reshoots and stuff like that. Do it with that guy still involved somewhere, somehow. I don't want to see it like after he dies. I'll see it, but like if you're going to make it anyways, why not make it while the guy's still alive and let him have a hand in it?
Yeah. I wouldn't be against that.
Yeah. I thought that was interesting because they've gone back to everything. What's like off the table that they wouldn't go back to? Back to the Future they haven't gone back to.
The Godfather?
Yes, respectfully, they've left that one. They couldn't do that today unless they did an old period piece, right? Like, what are you going to have? Like, hackers and, like, like mob bosses now, their sons are boxing Floyd Mayweather and shit like that, which there's a big fight tomorrow, Crawford and Earl Spence.
I heard about that.
Yeah, one of those big fights that we rarely get nowadays because people don't want to fight each other or promotions don't want to get with each other, but that has potential to be a good one.
I told you I saw The Golden Boy, that documentary. That was kind of interesting, even though that guy, wow, what a bum that guy was. I didn't realize what a bum that guy was.
Yeah, a lot of drugs, debauchery, alcohol, and I don't know what his family life is like. I don't know if they talk about that.
I think he had 4 kids with 2 different women or 3 different women or something.
So, would you say he was kind of paper? I don't want to say paper. That might be too hard. That's too harsh. But sort of overhyped, overbilled.
Oh, big time. He lost really his 2 biggest wins are twice against Julio Cesar Chavez and once against Marco
an old Barrera.
Yes.
And an older Julio.
Oh yeah, no, he was old already.
Yeah. Like if it was really great, he should have had no problem with him.
Dude, he lost against Trinidad, even though that was kind of he lost that fight. He stopped fighting in the last 2 rounds, but he lost against Sugar Shane Mosley a couple times. He got obliterated by Bernard Hopkins.
Did you talk about Trinidad already?
Yes. Yeah, I mean. Yeah. So, like, really every big fight he lost.
He did fight everybody. You have to give him
Yes, that. I do say that. He did. Yeah. Of everybody there. Did he beat Gotti? I think he beat Gotti. That's probably another good win. He beat
Gotti was Joey Bag of Donuts, dude. Like, he would just be in every fight and he was never going to get knocked out and he was going to end up fucking full of blood and it was going to be a war. And do you hear the story about him, dude?
Did he eventually die? His wife killed him?
That's the word on the streets, dude. That like they went on vacation there and they found him dead and the authorities closed the case and it was like very mysterious circumstances and they think that his wife did it.
He also beat an old Hector Camacho.
That guy's dead too.
Yes.
I think he was killed, if I'm not mistaken. But dude, that's a hard.
But he lost against Sweet Pea.
Mm-hmm.
Pernell Whitaker.
Yep.
Sure. He was like the poor man's Floyd Mayweather. Kind of a lot of defense and not a lot of hitting.
Yeah, not a lot of power.
Right.
Would outpoint you would be his whole thing.
Yeah. Speaking
of boxing, he fought really everybody of the time. I have to say that.
Okay. While we're off on this mini boxing tangent, I mentioned to you the other day they opened, and you saw that they opened the Tupac case again.
Yes.
And then I saw a post on Floyd Mayweather's Instagram in the last couple of days where he said, I just want to clear the air. I used to live in the apartments in Las Vegas on the block where Tupac was killed. But I want to be clear, I did not actually witness him getting killed. But there's like tape of him saying, I was standing right here. The car went that way. And then like people are trying to say, oh, he was just telling the story. And then other people are saying, maybe he did. But, him putting out this press release is sort of like to just be clear so he doesn't get involved in any way. Or involved, I guess. I don't know.
Supposedly they served a search warrant and they found new evidence, but they really didn't get into much detail about that.
Yeah, I believe the home that they searched was the uncle of the guy. You remember that Tupac and them, they were at a Mike Tyson fight in Vegas and they ran into this gang member. I don't know the affiliation, Blood or Crip. He was one of those. I think he was a Crip. Orlando Lane, which a lot of people say
familiar.
He's the one who fired the fatal shots because he's the one who got jumped and he sort of came back that night for retaliation with his boys. This guy was like that guy's uncle's house, and they recovered like some laptops, some computers, but that guy.
So
I guess
you don't believe that's. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that guy had said before that his nephew was the shooter.
So you don't believe those other rumors that the cops killed him?
No, I don't. It's more plausible to me that if you beat up a gang member that night and those gang members are there, that he gets other gang members and they kill him in retaliation. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That like you got police officers. Not saying it's not possible, just saying it's less likely probably.
Yeah.
But you have to investigate all the you can't, if you're going to be a good detective, you can't discredit anything. But if I'm betting, the odds are probably that it was the gangster, But I think maybe so many people have talked so much shit over the years publicly, thinking it's such an old case they'll never reopen it, that maybe now they have something to reopen it. Or it could be a distraction.
Yeah, and they also say that's one of the reasons why a lot of people think that the cops had something to do with it, because typically in gang-related shootings, it's somebody talks, you usually could get to the, to what happened, versus if it was something related to the cops, you would never find out, right? Because they would not investigate themselves.
Yeah, and this guy, Orlando Baby Lane or something like that, he was killed in an unrelated gang thing later, which, that everybody's dead, doesn't help. That one, I think, it's like JFK, dude. Almost, like I don't think they're gonna figure that shit out, man, with any certainty at this point. Like, what do they have at this point? Hearsay? Is there any DNA? I've never even heard, like a real tangible piece of evidence. I've never really.
Yeah, it's all like hearsay.
Yeah.
Like he said, I saw, circumstantial evidence.
What was pretty cool about that documentary is they touched a little bit, and I hadn't heard them being called this in a long time. the Four Kings of boxing during, I guess, just before. It may have been a little before, obviously. De La Hoya, Hagler, Leonard, Hearns, and
Duran.
Yeah.
Wow. Is that a TV show?
What?
Is there a series called Four Kings?
Maybe.
I think there's something Kings, and it has to do with this era of boxing.
Oh wow, that would be interesting then.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna look it up. But anyways, we went off on a tangent there. The last one that I saw was Cruel Jaws. To wrap
was it cruel?
We had fun watching it because it's just so blatant. But watching The Last Shark kind of close the circle, and they steal footage, scenes. The helicopter scene is like mirrors that scene.
It does. Yeah. I did see that both in both of them.
Yeah.
It's funny, and in both of those movies, there's like 30 sharks. They use like a fake shark, right? Like some type of, and it's terrible. You would have thought that would have improved since the days of Bruce and Jaws. It actually got worse for these movies. Like in The Last Shark, the shark only comes straight out of the water. It always comes out straight out of the water. And then the rest of the footage is like stock marine biology, like videos of just all kinds of different sharks, like swimming in the ocean. One's a mako, a tiger shark. They didn't use a hammerhead because it would have been too obvious, but they would have. I mean, they used every other shark.
Yeah, it was a school of sharks that they had. Sorry, jumping around for a second. The Kings, it's a Showtime original from 2021, documentary sports, a 4-part series featuring 4 champions who ushered in a boxing renaissance. The series showcases the dominance of Roberto Duran, Marvelous Marvin Hagler, Thomas Hearns, and Sugar Ray Leonard, and their battles in and out of the ring.
It's called Kings?
The Kings.
I wonder if it's in Netflix, because I don't have Showtime.
Showtime, yeah. Well, I don't know.
I don't have it.
I don't know if it's available.
I'll have to check that out.
That might be interesting to watch. All right. Cruel Jaws. They have a Hulk Hogan impersonator, literally.
Yes.
The guy is literally a Hulk Hogan impersonator. That was his job. And he's kind of one of the main characters. They have a Brody kind of guy. They have a regatta. Like I mentioned before, they do the gas tank scene. And they rip off so many things from so many movies.
I gotta look at that. Do they have a Quint? I don't remember seeing like a Quint in that one.
I don't think they have a Quint character. They definitely have.
I didn't think I saw one.
Yeah. Maybe Hulk Hogan is kind of their Quint. Let me show you Hulk Hogan.
Oh, no, I remember. I even said it. He's like before he did steroids.
Yes, this is pre-cycle Hulk Hogan.
And he lost a lot more hair.
Yeah. Brother. Never heard from any of these actors ever again.
No. This didn't really have actors. The other one did.
Right. This one knows more what it is. Look, here's the gas scene. You see it?
Oh, my God. That is.
But she doesn't fire the flare gun. The other guy does. They change
Okay, well, at least she's not that stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. These people had fucking balls, dude. And I guess I have to see more of this Bruno Mattei's work because he apparently made a living off. Look, Fauci Cordelli, off this type of movie. That was the guy's career.
What, he made ripoffs
Yes.
of other movies?
Yes. Bruno Mattei.
Did
Kind
the
of
kids,
funny, dude, if you're in the mood.
Did the kids see it?
I saw it with Bruno.
What? So does he get the quality levels from Jaws to some of these other things, or
Oh my
what does
God,
he think?
dude, he was roasting it the whole time. Like, oh my God, it's a ripoff. Oh my God, they said the same line. Like you're gonna need a bigger helicopter, when they do the helicopter scene.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous. Ridiculous stuff. Let's see Bruno Mattei's movies. So his thing was exploitation films. Let's see if you recognize any of these.
You gotta love exploitation movies.
And a long career, dude. He's started in 1958.
Wow.
So he made a pretty good living with this. Like he made a movie named Goldface, the Fantastic Superman.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that Woman's Camp 119 is probably really good.
How about 99 Women?
Yeah. Women in Prison, always a good movie.
Released in 1969 of all years.
How poetic.
Sexy Night Report. Sexual Aberration. Sexo Perverso. Sexo Perverso Mundo Violento. So he did Italian stuff too, obviously. Violence in a Women's Prison. Women's Prison Massacre. Rats, Night of Terror.
Oh, wow.
Zombie 3. Scalps. Robo War. Is this his RoboCop? Oh my God. What year was Robo War? Right around RoboCop. I wonder if it predates RoboCop. What year was RoboCop?
That had to be, late 80s, mid 80s.
So did they rip it off from Robo War? Oh no, it's a ripoff from Predator, dude.
Oh yeah. And they're in the forest.
Major Murphy Black leads a group of commandos through the jungles of an unnamed island, but unknown to all involved. But Masher, they are being stalked by Masher's robot invention, Omega 1. So it's kind of like Predator, but with a robot. Shocking Dark Terminator 2. Oh my God, dude! Look
at that's a ripoff, dude.
That's crazy. Shocking Dark, also known as Terminator 2, Terminator 2, Aliens 2, Alienators, and Contaminator. The film was promoted as a ripoff of James Cameron's The Terminator. It's primarily a ripoff of Cameron's subsequent film Aliens. It was released in some countries as Terminator 2, but it was made 2 years before Terminator 2 Judgment Day. And here's obviously the classic Cruel Jaws in 95. And dude, in 2007, he did Zombies: The Beginning. I don't know what that is. There's no article. Island of the Living Dead. All right, this guy was quite
prolific in his movie ripoffs.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude, that he made a living off that. It feels kind of like an 80s movie. There is like a lot of hot chicks in it. I'll give it that. Hotter than all the other movies, probably. All the other shark movies we've talked about.
Yeah, they even have a little disabled girl.
Oh my God.
To make the heartstrings.
Yes, but apparently she is able to move her legs when she lands in the water. So there's not very realistic. Like she's in the wheelchair, but she can swim.
I don't get it.
Like she shouldn't be able to move her legs to swim.
Right, exactly.
But you never know. Did they do that on purpose? You know, these kind of movies, you know, do they do those ridiculous things on purpose? Was that written in?
In Texas, they do a pretty cool thing.
Here, giving you some final thoughts on the Jaws things. They do a thing where they put a big screen on the beach and they let you watch like on your raft in the ocean, the movie. How do you feel about that?
Better be better than a raft, especially with these orcas attacking boats now.
Yeah, that would be an interesting.
And I guess you would have to be anchored.
No, you're just kind of like on a floaty in the water, like kind of on shore.
Mm.
Did you ever do the ride when they had it here?
The what?
Jaws ride.
Yes, at Universal.
Yeah, I missed that one.
I did it probably twice. If I remember, you were supposedly on the Orca, and there was a guy, driving it who, would take you through, like, various parts. I don't think there was anything of the movie that they reenacted. It was all like, first it's chasing you, then, at one point it comes up out of the side, and then you go under into a boathouse in the dark, and it comes out on you, and the guy's like shooting a shotgun at it. It's really fucking loud. I think it's
a good ride.
It was okay.
Yeah, they took it out, and there's been some rumors that they might bring it back. All right, dude, that's pretty much Jaws, man. Like, you have anything else to say on Jaws? I have some like current events we can do if you want after the Jaws.
Yeah. No, I think as far as Jaws, I think we hit that up pretty good.
Some people will say it's like the perfect movie, dude. Like there's all elements there, and story, movie making, acting, like everything.
Suspense.
There's not a lot.
Like what would you knock it for?
Other than maybe it's dated, and they could have made possibly better effects and better looking shark, maybe, but like
I just think about, like, if there was any way to get that same movie and just somehow improve the shark pieces, what that would look like. And I don't know if the movie would be better.
Mm-hmm.
I
would leave it alone.
Yeah.
If you want to come back in, maybe that Quint story, with somebody else. His son, actually, by the way, has like a play that he did based on like the scenes with the Indianapolis and all that. And he actually plays Quint, and he looks just like his dad. And
Robert Shaw's son?
One of his sons, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They made a movie of the Indianapolis too.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not like a well-known story to me. I learned of it through the movie, like you said. I didn't really. They delivered one of the bombs, was the whole thing, and then they got torpedoed.
Yeah.
And 900 men went in. 316 came out. Run into a ball player from Cleveland, from Ohio.
Herbert Robinson
is bobbing. But great story. Franchise wise, probably can't put it up there with like best franchises.
No, it's
because
good
of the
for
steady,
two.
Because of the steady decline that we have in it. We've talked about that in the past. Best franchises. Obviously, I would put Star Wars in there, the Rocky movies,
Indiana Jones.
I'm a fan of the Mad Max ones as well. I'm not of the Fast and the Furious or Marvel.
No.
Obviously, you got to put Star Wars in there. Back to the Future probably falls like into this category too, of sort of diminishing returns every movie.
I gotta tell you, when I think of that movie, I only think of the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think I've seen. How many did they make?
3.
I don't think I've ever seen the third one. Is that when they're in the West?
Correct. With the train. And
I don't even think I've seen that.
Part 2 is kind of like Biff has like a casino or something. It harkens back to the sports book. I guess he got a hold of the sports book at some point. He went back to get the sports book from his younger self, and then with that, he kind of built up his like empire. And he's married to the mom, and he's just kind of a jerk. And this is like Marty's like his son-in-law. I guess his dad is dad. I don't remember. Or no, he's like a loser. I don't remember. That tells you. And then the other one, they're in the West.
No, the second one I've seen definitely.
Yeah.
That's the one with the sports almanac, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which you can buy at manofactionfigures.com too. We have
there you go. Man, I've been giving you some softballs here today.
Yeah. Exactly, dude. So what else is going on in the news? There's some there was a disaster with some manatees at a park this week.
Yes, there was.
Dude, apparently you sent me the article. It was brother manatees in captivity who got into like,
they called it intense sexual behavior.
Yes, they could add another I to that. Incestuous, intense sexual behavior, because it was gay manatee sex that was so intense that one of the manatees' colon was destroyed and died.
Yes. Why do you think a story like that is shared?
To normalize gay manatees?
I don't know, but why would you share that story?
I also remember looking up, thinking it was interesting, and looking up that list of species that display homosexual behavior, and like they were not on that list. There was a bunch of other animals, goats and even horses, but that mammal was not one of them. That doesn't mean obviously it's not, but it just wasn't on that Wikipedia list. Bizarre.
Yes, in so many ways.
Yeah.
The fact that it happened, the fact that it was reported on, I mean, it's just weird.
Totally. And the fact that they were kind of watching it and sort of allowed
and now the places, they're questioning its care of animals because of that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm just going to go out on a limb here. If I'm in care of an animal, I'm comparing this to a dog because these are mostly the animals that I'm in care of other than cats and chickens.
And the kids.
Right. Those are the other animals. But like, if any of those were doing anything like that, I would stop them immediately.
Yes.
And these animals are in their care. You could get into social issues here too, talking about it. You know what I mean? Yeah. But let's just look beyond that point for a second, right? Let's just look. Obviously, the animal is getting hurt, So
then again, I guess how would you know it's being hurt?
I mean, dude,
I think they figured it out when it pulled away and it was like debris coming out or something like. But I don't know. It's just, I mean, if somebody doesn't show you that article, you probably don't believe that story.
No, and the way the article was written was kind of interesting too. There's certain words they don't use in the article, and there's certain. It's just bizarre, very bizarre.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Speaking of gay stuff, Kevin Spacey was acquitted, I guess, in his latest trial from the Me Too movement era accusations that he had. I don't know how many more he has or if this was the final big one. I know like a bunch of other dudes, I think 3, if I'm not mistaken, died before they could go to trial or give their testimony or whatever it's called.
I guess this would be the gay Me Too, right?
Yes. Exactly. Because he did come out as gay now.
Well, as soon as he was being charged.
Because he wasn't, right? Before?
He never came out as that. He described it as like once he started to go back in his mind about his conduct, he realized he was really gay.
Okay, good job, guy.
Yeah.
It's almost
because
like
when you're having sex with a man, that's not a good enough time to realize that you're gay.
Right. That's almost like that defense too that they do with rapists sometimes, where the rapist has to admit that he was cheating on his wife. You see the scenario in some movies or in some real life scenarios too, where like he's charged with a crime somewhere, and they're like, "We're gonna tell him." I don't remember what movie this is. That you were having an affair. You have to admit to it, because if you're having the affair and you're having sex with this lady at this time, you can't be placed at the crime scene where the murder was committed. You know?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Or the Kobe scenario where he has to admit that he cheated on his wife and banged this chick, because there's no denying that part. But I didn't rape her; it was consensual. You know?
Right.
You have to take that hit to then do the other
to maneuver out of the whole thing.
Right. Hey, you're gonna take fucking damage here. You can't. There's no denying this, but you can do this. You know. Which I don't know. You never know, right? Only the people know in those scenarios what really happened.
Yeah.
Like the Mike Tyson one, you know?
I don't know if it's right for me to say that I feel bad. We're probably gonna get hate mail for that, but that just
for Tyson?
Yeah, that just seemed fucked up.
Yeah, it seemed. I don't know. See, we don't know. At best, she was super naive, thinking, you know.
And at worst, it was fabricated.
Right. And then, yes, of course, it could have been what he was convicted of, too, as well.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's a tough one. The Michael Vick was, gross, too, but I think nobody had ever gotten that severe of a punishment for what he did. But they got him, I think, on RICO stuff too, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or traffic. I don't know. They got him on some federal thing. So they kind of threw the book, It's just weird how the law works sometimes when they decide to actually punish, throw the book or not, Like the OJ, where they got him later for, yes, it was a crime too, but they hit him really hard, for what normally is the legal, looking at this from a legal standpoint only, not morally or whatever,
it may have been something somebody would have gotten 2 to 5 years tops.
Mm-hmm.
That's like really throwing the book at them, and he got like 30 years or something.
Yeah, it's just.
Is he still in jail?
No, he's been out for a while, dude. He lives here in Florida. Yeah, he's on Twitter and shit.
So how long did he serve of that?
I don't know if it was like 5 years or something.
Wow.
Yeah. Did Cosby get out?
Yes. Well, they found I think they had to pull back some of the evidence, so they released them because some of the evidence was gathered illegally, or it was like, I hate to say it was like a technicality.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It wasn't like we
they didn't like clear it. Yeah, they didn't
like
clear his name or anything like that.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Did this chick get out already? The Manson chick?
She did.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, she did.
So she's roaming the streets.
Well, I think no, not exactly. They have a process where they go to like a halfway house or like a place to get you up on your feet.
But she'll be roaming the streets soon enough.
She will. She will.
Rest in peace, Sinead O'Connor, dude.
Yeah.
52 or
something.
Oh
my God. Morrissey came out like all nutty about that whole thing.
Saying what?
Like, why are they celebrating this lady who ripped up the Pope? And
very controversial figure.
Yeah.
What was her big controversies?
Well, the main thing is that, after she kind of made it big, she went on Saturday Night Live. And on Saturday Night Live, she grabbed the picture of the Pope and tore it up and said something like, "We have to fight the real evil," or something like that. And she was referring to, at the time, the whole scandal that was occurring in the church, which ended up to be completely accurate.
Was she wrong, bro?
No. I mean,
very controversial at the time.
I guess ripping that picture was very intense.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's really what, but was she accurate?
Yeah, sometimes these people, you can be wrong but be right. You know what I mean? You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
I always say that about Canseco. Yeah, was he a rat? Did he violate like codes? Yes. Was he lying?
No.
Absolutely not. Almost everything he said came to be exactly the way he said it,
Right.
Eventually.
This guy Morrissey is like, he basically said, all these tributes to her, it's, you guys are bullshit. You didn't have the guts to support her when she was alive, so
you do get a lot of that.
Yeah.
So what is he, like, super Catholic or something?
I don't know if it's even so much the Catholic piece as much as he's, like calling everybody a hypocrite who's coming out now and doing tributes for her.
Everybody's remembers you more fondly when you die.
Yes, exactly. I think that's a big part of what he's saying.
That's why they always say give them their flowers while they're still around. Don't wait until they're not there. I think about that stuff when I think about like the Hall of Fame, or I think about a guy like Pete Rose, or
you feel bad for Pete Rose?
Again, the guy did he do some shady stuff? Yes. Did he fucking make it worse by lying about it and then telling the truth? And I think then he went like back to lying about it and all this shit. Yeah, none of that shit helped. Did it hurt him severely that the guy who gave him the ban ended up dying, and then everybody else ended up dying shortly thereafter, and then everybody else sort of held up that decision over the years? Bad luck there. Was that guy a fucking ball player that fucking laid it all out on the fucking line, dude?
Yes. Do I want my players to play like him? Fucking yes. Defects, yeah. I don't know, dude. Are there some guys in the Hall of Fame from the White Sox scandal thing, from the Black Sox?
I'm not sure about that.
Because if there is, then he should be in.
What's the precedence, right?
Because they threw the World Series. You know, that's like, we know that, right? Already?
Yeah, that's the ultimate scam, right?
I don't know if any of them are in the World Series.
How many people died related? Who was the one that put the ban on him? Bart
Giamatti. I was going to say Paul Giamatti, but that's the actor.
Yeah. Is it Bart Giamatti?
Yeah. So
he was the commissioner. He put the ban. He died. Who else died related to that? Bowie Kuhn? No.
I don't know who that is.
Wasn't he a commissioner too?
I remember Giamatti, and then there was somebody after him, but before this guy who was there a long time, the Milwaukee guy, Bud Selig. There was somebody after Giamatti that I can't remember. Real quick, I'm going to check that out. It says here several members of the 1919 White Sox, known as the Black Sox, have been inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Joe Jackson, Ed Roosh, and Chuck Gandil were all elected by the Veterans Committee after they were banned for baseball for their involvement in the Black Sox scandal. So, if you have some of those guys in the Hall of Fame, which I'm not 100% sure if that's true or not. It says it here on this Google page. But if you have guys who we knew through games, it's not clear if Pete Rose ever threw games. Although, you know, I see the problem with it. You know, if you're betting on your team and, you know, you're down, you know, maybe, you know, your morals are already at a level where maybe you don't mind, you know, betting against your team somehow. I can see the problem with it for sure. But I kind of feel like he's paid his punishment, and you should recognize him as a player. You know, because there's no doubt he would be a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah.
The guy who is the hit king.
I don't think that's I don't think that's the question there.
Yeah, nobody will debate that.
Well, after Giamatti, there was Fay Vincent, but he's still alive.
Yeah.
He's still alive.
And was his successor Bud Selig?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have Manfred now.
Yeah, Manfred Mann.
Yeah. Which the Marlins won today. We hosted the Tigers, and they had like a tribute weekend for Miguel Cabrera coming back home for the last time.
I heard a lot of jokes about how fat he's gotten.
Yeah. He's definitely put on some pounds.
Somebody said it's the worst Marlins trade of all time.
You traded a Hall of Famer. You're never, unless you get another Hall of Famer, that's always going to be a bad trade.
Yeah.
There's no.
Well, you mean if you would have gotten another Hall of Famer in the trade?
Right. If you got one in return, that's the only way to mitigate that. Otherwise, just a terrible. Because didn't we trade, even though Dontrell didn't continue on to anything, we traded Dontrell in that trade too. Was
it that one?
I believe so.
By the way, and he only won a World Series with the Marlins, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
And the guy we got in return, Cameron Maybin, who was supposed to be.
I remember that guy. Yeah. Jesus.
I mean, he ended up having a nice professional career. He played until not too long ago over multiple teams, but nowhere, you know, near the level player of Miguel Cabrera.
Wow, that guy played until recently?
Until a few years ago, he was playing. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then he came back to the Marlins for a little while later after having left here. Yeah, so that was a bad one. Since we're on the sports tip here, $100 billion was the price tag for Kylian Mbappe to go in Saudi Arabia from Paris Saint-Germain.
That's crazy.
332 million of it was the transfer fee. That's like what the team gets just for letting the guy go. And then the rest was going to be a salary. 700
$76 million for one season. And I believe he rejected it.
Of course. Somebody will pay more.
I don't know if anybody would pay more.
Of course not. I'm joking, but why would he reject that?
Wow,
he doesn't want to be affiliated with, what's that guy's name they call over there? MD.
Yes, he's one of those three initial guys.
Yeah.
The guy who cut up Khashoggi, right?
Yeah, Khashoggi.
Yeah.
MVS? No.
Yeah. Something like that. One of those initial guys. The Prince. The Crown Prince.
Marquez Valdes-Scantling?
Yes. Odell Beckham Jr. I mean, your morals start to go down, right? When we're talking those kind of numbers. Like what? Like you could go play 1 year and then, all right, that's it. Maybe you go back. He's so young, this guy. He could go back and play another 10, 15 years after playing one season there. People may not even remember it that much. But either he knows he's going to get a lot of money anyways and doesn't need it, or he has something against going there. I mean, they tried to get Messi.
That's kind of that. By the way, that's kind of worked out well, huh?
Well, yes, he's been great. But now I heard this is a TikTok, so don't get your news from TikTok or whatever. But I heard that he's not going to play the next game because the team wanted all the teams in Major League Soccer that used artificial turf to switch over to grass because he had never played on artificial turf, and they were afraid of an injury of him playing on turf. And they're playing, I think, Seattle, which has artificial turf, and they refuse to, or at least they haven't to this time, changed their turf. So the word is he may not play this next game at all because of that. We'll see if that's true. I don't know.
You know what I heard, that they only have him for 2 years.
Yeah, I believe so.
And the stadium isn't going to be built in that time.
Is this a play to get support for the stadium by bringing so much hype to the team?
I thought the stadium stuff was already passed.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it to comment, honestly. I don't know what the deal is.
Dude, and where they plan to put that stadium is just outrageous.
It's like in Bayfront Park or something?
No, it's like it's a park. It's actually where I started to play football.
Bicentennial Park?
No, it's called Melreese Park. And there's a golf course there. There's a park.
Is that by the airport?
Yes.
Okay.
It straddles Douglas Road and Lejeune Road. My dad used to live there.
Do you think that's a good spot?
No.
No? Traffic?
No. Oh, there's no infrastructure roads around there. I mean,
well, you have Lejeune and you have
Lejeune. Yeah, Lejeune is now bumper to bumper.
Yeah, and then you have the highway that passes through there, the same one that you take to go to the Marlins Stadium, right?
You have 836 not too far from it, but all of that is already congested.
Yeah, for sure.
And they're not just going to build a stadium; they're gonna build shops, and I mean, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, we'll see. He crushed it though the first 2 games.
Oh, I mean, I don't think you could have wrote a better script.
Yeah, game winner first game as time expires, couple goals in the next game. They're through to the next round in that cup they're playing, and I think this next one is a league game, which I guess they're way out of it. They don't think that they can do anything in the league, so that may be easier for them to make the decision to not play him or play him very little in this this next game. Also in the sports, Floridians might be able to place some online sport bets in time for football season. A federal appellate court ruling upholding a gambling agreement between the Seminole Tribe and the state could be finalized as early as August 21st, Florida gambling experts say.
I thought we could do that already.
I don't think they have a sports book.
None of the Seminole places have a sports book?
Apparently not. I'm not in that world. But
I thought we crossed that bridge already.
No, but apparently it's about to happen.
Well, we could do what they call pari-mutuels, or
yeah, but I think that's just horses.
No, I'm sorry, I used the wrong term. What is it called when the sports book's not there, but you could access other sports books?
Offshore gambling, or on your computer.
But at the casino, can't you access Las Vegas Sportsbook? I thought you could do that.
I don't think so. But I'm not an expert in this field any longer, so
I thought you just couldn't do it, like you couldn't have the sportsbook here. Anyways,
yeah. I did have a little shark note here, just to go back for a second to the shark. They filmed Jaws 2 in a place called Navarro Beach, which is in like the Panhandle, Florida. And over July the 4th, they did spot a shark, and there's video of it. You can check it out, of a shark that was in the area.
But I never knew they filmed that thing in Florida.
Jaws 2.
Oh, wow. I never knew that.
Yeah, it's called Navarro Beach, and it's sort of in that Panhandle area. I can't remember why they chose that. The weather, the scenes there, I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah.
Cool.
And pit bulls are going to be legal now too, as of October 1st.
They were illegal?
In Miami-Dade County, yeah. You could not legally own a pit bull.
I did not know that either.
Yeah, well, it's back to the way you thought it was now, as of October 1st. Yeah. A lot of laws changing. Like the Kerry law.
And Broward, you're allowed to have a pit bull?
I always remember the ban just being Miami-Dade County.
Wow.
I don't know if they're legal. I could look that up. I don't know if they're legal or illegal in Broward. Let's see. And I don't remember when they passed that.
It may have been like some kid getting mauled or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when they made it illegal.
Pit bulls.
I do remember. Wasn't there a couple of high-profile pit bull attacks in Miami?
Yes, which is what led to this. They're not specifically banned in Broward County.
Okay.
It says here. But yeah, that's what led to it.
Yeah, there was a lot of,
they fight them too, which leads to aggressive and injuries and stuff like that. But the breed, I think, is just like any other animal, dude. If you don't raise it the right way, and it could be more susceptible. But some of those animals just have a thing in them, dude, like a historical thing, like anxiety and just talking about humans, anxiety and nervousness and things like that has to be passed down from generation to generation somehow.
I just didn't think I couldn't ever understand why somebody wanted to deal with that. The unpredictability of an animal, whether to you or to friends and family or strangers, why buy into that? You're making a conscious decision to buy into that. Why would you do that? I guess you really got to love the animal,
they're fucking cool, dude.
or you want to be cool.
They're good animals, man, in general.
I mean, that's a big price tag.
Yeah.
Or is it more because they're telling you no?
I don't know. That would get into the psyche of the owner, I guess.
Yeah.
At that point. I just know that they're made out to be, they were for a long time, made out to be worse than they were.
I actually like sharks.
Yeah, I was going to make that exact. Now sharks are kind of in better graces, right? Worldwide, you know, people are like, oh my God, the poor sharks. Back in the day, you would kill a shark and you're like, all right, you know, fuck, one less of those fucks, you know?
Yeah.
These guys are assholes. They fucking bite people. Now, you know, they're like, oh my God, they're cutting off their fins and, you know, they're being mean to them and shit. Hot as shit still.
July will be the hottest month ever in the history of the world. I don't know if they're counting when the dinosaurs ran free, but
how do they know that?
I don't know, especially, well, I'm sorry, let me back up. So I think like weather reporting, I think it only goes about 100 and something years.
Mm-hmm.
Weather forecasting. But they do have the ability, I don't know if you've ever heard, like when they talk about core samplings,
mm-hmm.
basically drilling into the ground, they pull out. And supposedly from that, they're able to figure out, you know, what the climate was and all that. I don't know. It just seems, I don't want to say sounds hokey, but
well, we're not scientists,
right?
But when I hear with the carbon dating and the millions of years, I'm like, fuck, man, that's a lot of years. Like we don't even comprehend what like a million looks like if they lay it out in front of you fully, you know, and you're gonna go back millions of years to date shit. That's always kind of like iffy for me. I'm like, well, how do they know that, dude? That's so hard to tie down. But I guess that's why those Hooper kind of guys study, so they can
Hooper.
What else do I got going on here? Dolphins are in training camp.
Are you moving to sports?
Yeah.
So 2 other things real quick, non-sports related that I saw. One, more hearings on the UFO stuff.
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention that.
I'll tell you, there's a story in there where they said that a UFO appearing as a red cube the size of a football field,
encased in clear, I don't want to say plastic, but like a bubble,
interacted with Vandenberg Air. We're not saying that a guy in Kentucky who was milking his cow saw it. We're saying that a red cube the size of a football field interacted with Vandenberg Air Force Base in 2003.
What's the playbook here? Why are they doing this?
I don't know, and they're doing it hard.
The senators and representatives at that hearing
starting to warn, and it seems like the Congress now is starting to get more involved with it, you know, and
a bipartisan, and everybody's super interested in getting the information, dealing with issues, accessing information or meetings or clearances. If Trump were around, he'd say it's like a deep state issue, right? But then we would laugh it off. But that's kind of what it sounds like. This guy's making it sound like the guy in the middle, the whistleblower guy, that there's people up that have been lifelong, members of be it Pentagon, Department of Justice. I don't know where these people are, but people have been in power a long time, and they're controlling the flow of information and sort of putting the kibosh on them finding stuff out. Did you get that feeling when you're listening to them?
Yeah. Did you see the one of was it a Marine or like a special ops guy that said he was dropped in the middle of somewhere with a team and suddenly these vehicles came down? Did you hear that guy?
Are you talking about Commander Fravor, the pilot?
Fravor has been on Joe Rogan and 60 Minutes, and that guy's, no.
He's the Tic Tac guy.
Tic Tac guy. Yeah, no, that guy's been everywhere. And by the way, not just because, for some people, Joe Rogan, it's not mainstream media, that's been on mainstream media.
Yeah, that came out. Yeah, that came out in the New York Times for the
first time. That's not just like Alex Jones or somebody saying that.
Right. No, I don't know who this other guy is. He was at the hearing. This other guy.
This other guy was claiming to been part of some type of military. I forgot if it was SEALs or what. It was a team that was dropped off to investigate something in a dense jungle area, and suddenly they came across a couple of vehicles, and he was also saying that he was the guy that also was saying that he's pretty sure they have bodies and a crashed vehicle and all that. I can't think of his name right now.
But was he at the hearing?
He provided testimony in the hearing enough that he would be liable for contempt and perjury.
Yeah, this is Grouch, who you're talking about. He's the guy in the middle. He's the whistleblower.
Maybe he is a whistleblower.
But he is more. Here's the thing with that guy. He's more providing secondhand accounts, and he himself has not witnessed or seen any of these things firsthand. Yeah. He's seen documents, and he's talked to people who have seen stuff, and he's sort of
maybe that's the guy
on their behalf. And yeah, he said some pretty wild stuff, like we have ships, there was pilots in them. He steers away from saying aliens, non-human, he says, to leave, I guess, that open to interpretation of other species, I guess. I don't know. He says he likes to live on. But there was a lot of stuff that he was asked that he was like, I can't tell you. Because he's like a whistleblower, but by the book. Like, hey, I'm registering. What can I say? What can I not say? And there's a lot of stuff that he said, I'll share with you in a closed session, but I can't say it here. Or I've already said more than I can say, or, refer to my interview, like he's the most respectful whistleblower, that I've ever seen.
But probably with the most outlandish allegations of any whistleblower in the history of man.
Absolutely. It's just the weird aspect to it is that he didn't see anything firsthand.
Yeah.
So what does that leave the door open to? For then it being discredited? Oh, those people just told you bullshit. Or
that's the other thing. None of this is being discredited anymore.
Didn't they deny
and talked about?
Didn't they deny having these ships?
I haven't heard that.
I thought they did. I thought they denied having it, and they denied having bodies. But I don't know for sure. But I thought I read that somewhere where they're denying his claims. Supposedly the guy's been threatened, and people around him have been threatened. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the play.
Yeah, I am really shocked about the level of conversation that we're having now, and it there has to be something behind why suddenly now they're willing to speak the unspeakable.
Dude, these people kind of sounded like bums when they were like saying, they don't give us access to this, they don't give us access to that, they didn't give us the closed session. I guess they had requested a skiff they kept referring to, which I guess it's a secure, I don't know what, I guess it's in private where they can, like, they denied them all that
it's
stuff.
Like a chamber of some kind where people could go and look at the super most classified stuff.
Yeah. So I don't know the play.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just, there has to be one if suddenly, they're willing to even, I mean, they used to shoot this stuff down so quickly. Now they're almost letting it run. Just.
Yeah. And what is that? Is that it's so far out of their hands that they're just like, fuck it, we need help, or maybe we need public support for this cause at this point that we have to.
Well, yeah, I've thought about that. I think it could be any of those things in addition to, all right, I think there's something out there that we have no control over. And at this point, we don't know what they're going to do. We don't know anything about them. So it starts to become almost like a public safety thing.
Yeah. Because they did talk about, like, how do they fund some of these things that we don't even know about? How do they, and they kind of talked about it was like a misappropriation of funds, the way that they were funding some of those programs and objectives that they were doing, without anybody knowing about it, without any oversight, is what they kept saying. So we'll see. They had that other one, I think, last year or the year before, and not much came out of that. What they really wanted to establish in this one, it seemed like the main thing that came out of it was a reporting system where pilots and military personnel could, without fear of repercussion, report and document and get like a centralized database of all these incidents. That's kind of what like everybody seemed to be pushing for there. Which, honestly, yeah, dude, hello. We need to know when, we get fucking alerts every time somebody fucking farts in Hollywood. We should be knowing everybody where fucking sightings are happening, where there's risk. But a lot of times you hear of, a lot of activity around military installations and stuff. I don't know. You would just hope if we don't know about it, that they know a lot about it and enough to do something and, handle it. But can you really?
Yeah.
Very odd.
The other thing that caught my eye was an article. They believe that they have revived some worms that are 46,000 years old.
Jesus, sounds like Jurassic Park, dude.
Yes. They took them out of the Siberian permafrost, and supposedly they have been able to revive them.
It's insane.
It is. That for sure, something like that it's not gonna go well.
Well, my last show I talked about Ted Williams, last guy to hit for 400. I think his head is frozen. I don't think it's the whole body. But
What's
I wonder
the purpose of that?
To try to, come back at some point, I guess.
Just his head?
I don't know. I guess they have to attach that to some sort of, he can become RoboCop or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's just his head. Well, there was always those Walt Disney rumors too, right? Remember?
Yeah.
Which I don't know if those are definitively true or definitively debunked. I find a hard time believing a lot of those fact check things when they like undoubtedly debunk something that's like almost undebunkable unless you were there yourself. You know, like who would know that without a doubt? The coroner, the embalmer, the family who buried him.
Yeah. Or
Other than
actually his family, you
yeah,
would think, you would
right.
hope.
But short of that, who would know for sure? The world seems to be getting weirder and weirder.
Well, I think what happens, I think what's getting harder to figure out is what is true.
It's so hard. It used to
And
be you can count on that stuff. Or
well,
at least you thought you could.
and you know, it's the great gift of the internet to a certain extent, and which, you know, it comes with a price because it certainly could provide information and good information and stuff that people haven't even thought about and all that stuff, but it also murks up the water very heavily.
Yeah, everybody's got a voice.
Well, and because, yeah, and you know, there's no process to have whatever's put up, you know, fact checked or make sure that it follows a certain requirement. Like, hey, like it has to be, you know, it can't be hearsay. It has to be official documentation with proof and all. I mean, there's no standards around the information that could be provided. So,
yeah, it just gets weird for me when I read an article about something and it tries to tell me how I should feel about it. You know, it used to be where they gave you the facts, here's what happened, and then it's left up to you to think what you think about it. This is good, this is bad, this is whatever, you know, do with it. Here's the information. Now you can figure out what you want to do with it, you know, unless, of course, we're talking about like, hey, a hurricane's coming. You should, you know, we recommend you batten down the hatches, you know. I'm talking like social type of issues, you know.
yeah, well, and I think that's the other thing, right? It's because of things that have happened over time, we know that everything you read has a point of view, a point of view from somebody that wants you to believe that, not necessarily the facts.
Yeah. I just also in government, I don't like a politician telling me how I should feel about something either. You know, don't, I can figure out what I need to feel about for myself, you know. I don't need
Yeah,
you to tell me how I should feel about whatever happened. I was,
yeah,
you know, I've been raised and, you know, have my own experiences and I already know, you know, how I feel about certain things. You shouldn't try to make everybody feel a certain way about anything. But, you know, fuck, dude, it is hot, dude. That there's no denying that.
yes.
Arizona had like
There's
19 days in a row of 110 degrees. Record.
there's no doubt about that.
The water's scorching hot when you go on the beaches.
Yeah, they're saying it's in the 90s.
I like a warm water, but even for me, it was too warm.
Yeah, I like 84, not 94.
Yeah, it's jacuzzi like.
And I'm not a big jacuzzi guy, so I don't like that.
Yeah.
I like refreshing water.
I read a story about these corals off the Keys that are getting like bleached. I don't know if I shared this article or you saw it somewhere.
I saw it on, and what was really strange about that, I didn't think this was possible. They have people taking the coral. Is that what you were going to say? Sorry.
Exactly that. Yeah, that's exactly the one I'm talking about. Yeah, they were cutting out pieces of it, I guess, and putting them in some tanks that they have offshore. But I'm wondering, like, dude, what kind of damage are they doing? Because they were getting bleached, I guess, and they're going to put them back when the waters return to a normal temperature. But, like, is that doing more damage than good in the long? I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but I just thought, wow, this is complicated.
Yeah, I didn't even think that was an option. But you know what it is? We forget to, at least this is what happened to me. I forget that these things are alive. You're basically transplanting an animal out of an environment that's bad and trying to save it somewhere else.
It's like in a frying pan.
I didn't realize that initially when I saw it. I'm like, wow, I thought like you, wow, is this doing worse damage? How does this really work? And then I guess you have to think of them as like a truly alive thing that can be transported and removed from the area and put somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're doing that in the Keys, and they have room for like a bunch more. So I guess they're going to keep going with it. All right, Miami Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins.
Tua has a new tattoo.
Oh, Jesus.
This is the highlight of the offseason for me.
Yeah.
I am so impressed with the tattoo. I think we're going to win the Super Bowl now, dude, just based on that alone. What was it? The 3 things you told me this kid did off season? He took karate, he got a tattoo, and got married. I don't know. Is that the 3? There was something else.
Yeah.
New helmet.
Yeah, new helmet.
That was the other one.
He's testing a new helmet.
So this guy's just trying everything he can. I don't blame him for trying. You can't blame him. He's trying to do shit. He's changing it up. Taking some jiu-jitsu, wearing a new helmet, got a tattoo.
Yeah. No, I know there's a lot of hype and everything around it, but I see it so tenuous that it could break so easily. It already has.
Yeah, it did last year.
It could no, and I'm not specifically talking so much to obviously Tua is a factor. But just look at the Jalen Ramsey thing. I mean,
yep, he's in the role of Byron Jones now.
There's other pieces that could easily, and this team's got a hard as shit schedule, man.
Like hypothetically speaking, he may not even come back. No, we've seen it before on this team, where we sign a top-rated cornerback. And Byron Jones, granted, made it to play some games for us. He played a couple seasons, sort of the majority of the games, and then he just never came back from that injury, really. And we had him there, just bogging us down. Luckily, Cater, Kadu came up, and had some plays and showed something.
And that's what I was going to say. Howard didn't have a great year last year.
No.
He's injury prone. And now, like, what you did to try to bolster that, which was really one guy, you're back to kind of where you were last year.
Yeah, and that freaking corner, like we called him, gets another lifeline. He's still on the roster.
And a lot of those, Nagui or whatever.
Yeah.
And a lot of the guys that they had last year actually got hurt. I don't know what their playing status is now. They're probably still recovering.
Well, one of these guys came back. Is it Needham that got hurt last year?
So I think there's Nick Needham. There's obviously, what was the safety's name? It was similar. Brandon Jones. Brandon Jones.
Yeah. Who, by all accounts, was a serviceable pick.
Serviceable.
Yes, and I'm being as kind as possible, I think.
There was another corner too that I forgot because I think
not Clemens, something with a C, I think is the
yes.
But I think most of they're talking about signing somebody. I don't know if
well, Yeah, they're gonna have to.
If they have or haven't yet, let me see if I can pull up the.
But I guess what's important
roster.
about that, I think what's important about this particular scenario now is that you have a new defensive coordinator, which was another key thing that you were doing. That you got, this great defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio, and he's shown, he's supposed to be teaching a new style, a new formation, a new game plan, and now you're not complete,
Cam Smith.
Yeah.
Cam Smith. Am I showing the roster here?
No. Now you are.
So we had Howard. They have Nick Needham listed as out. Trill Williams is another one that was kind of in the mix. Justin Bethel was kind of in the mix.
I think Trill Williams is the guy I was thinking of, not Cam Smith.
Yeah. They don't even have Jalen here anymore. We need to get something out of that Bradley Chubb.
Big time.
I mean, you look at some of the.
I have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling about that one.
Sort of like Star Wars?
Yeah.
You look at some of the names on this defense, and you would think if they can keep them healthy, but Jesus, that's such a big fucking thing, right?
Because and they have, is that Nick Needham with a big O?
Yeah, they got an O next to his name. I thought he was like either about to come back or.
I think that guy had an Achilles, didn't he? That's not a quick turnaround.
I don't remember when it happened. But, I mean, what you really want to look at is where it says second, because a lot of these guys are going to end up playing. And what they have second is, I guess, if they don't have so many damn injuries like they did last year, is not bad on the defensive backfield. But everything else.
Keon Crossing was good.
Yeah. I actually think they have some depth in the defensive backfield. Where I don't see the depth is in the other defensive positions.
Wow.
Like,
and
look at some of these names.
That guy Noah Igbenogwy is not even like a third stringer.
No, he's fourth string, and that's we're coming off this guy being injured. He may not have even been on this list before, or I guess there's one spot in the other corner. He may not have been on this depth chart.
I swear, you know what's happening with that guy?
He has naked pictures.
Well, aside from that, I think what's this guy's name? The GM?
Greer. He just wants to keep everybody on board.
I think he's desperately hoping that they'll win the Super Bowl or go to the AFC Championship to then be able to cut this guy, because I think he's so embarrassed that I don't think he wants to do it now while they haven't done any shit, because the floodgates are going to open up. I mean, people know it already.
Oh, of course, but they weren't dumb enough.
I think we're just waiting for the full mass ridicule of this pick.
They weren't stupid enough to pick up the fifth-year option on him or Austin Jackson, so they've kind of admitted finally publicly defeat there, right?
That's another one. Jesus.
At least Tua, they picked up the fifth year, right?
Did they?
Yeah, they didn't extend him, but they picked it up.
Yeah.
You know, Herbert got the extension.
Almost all of the contemporaries have gotten extensions.
Hurts got the extension.
Yep.
I think Burrow.
Yep.
There's another guy that didn't get. Oh, Lamar got his, but he's not from the same class.
No.
There may be another one from Tua's class that didn't get the exemption.
Wait,
extension.
Lamar's not from Tua's class?
Is he?
I thought it was the year before.
Yeah, I think you may be right. The owner wanted to pick him.
Yeah, there's one more from Tua's class that didn't get the extension, and the name is escaping me right now.
It's probably our backup quarterback.
And then dangling in the background, we have the Tyreek issue, which is not
resolved. To me, that's not resolved until the NFL comes out and says a statement. We, which I don't know if they would. I guess they would. NFL investigation has cleared Tyreek Hill, or whatever, That's when I'll know that that's done. You saw where he offered the guy like $200?
Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't know how much of a problem that would be. It would be a problem not to have that guy any extended period of time. You think they'll suspend him?
If you had to put money on it?
I mean, if you follow their history, the one that they seem to really act upon is when there's like a domestic violence of any kind,
Mm-hmm.
or a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones where I could, if those were the situations, I'd tell you 100%, I have no doubt they'll suspend them. But this shit, I don't know.
I'm not sure what they'll do on this one because of his history too.
Yeah.
Because he had the thing. Granted, it was in college where he punched the pregnant girlfriend in the stomach, and then
Jesus,
he had the issue with the kid where he was disciplining him and he broke his arm, and they investigated that, but they didn't punish him for anything on that one.
So I was reading something where this bastard, the old wide receiver, what's his name?
Edelman. Which guy? Oh, okay.
Old receiver for the Patriots, Edelman.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking that he thinks that the Miami Dolphins are primed for a setback of all the teams in the AFC.
Well, he's really going out on a fucking limb there, isn't he?
Yeah, well, and he's, a fucking hater because we were in the same division. But what's your thought on that? You think this team does better or worse than last year?
Look, I'm jaded, okay? So I'll admit that. I do hear a lot of national media saying, not that they're primed for a setback, that they're primed for a Super Bowl.
That tells me a setback.
Yeah, that tells me Edelman's probably right. Because I think you're going to get, in the end, more of the same. Because this is a quarterback-driven league, and if your quarterback has not proven that he can finish a season, then you're counting on your backup quarterback, and most backup quarterbacks are not going to, historically take you to the promised land, so to speak. When it happens, we're like, oh my God, it's like, holy shit, fucking Nick Foles fucking won a Super Bowl,
And to be honest with you, why do they think suddenly that Mike White is better than Teddy Bridgewater?
Look, I think Teddy needed to go, man. Teddy seemed disinterested.
Fine, but Mike White was never better than Teddy Bridgewater.
No, I think that's probably a monetary decision too. I don't know what Mike White's contract is.
If I'm Greer and that staff, the backup quarterback would have been a priority.
The backup quarterback is the most important position on this team.
On this team, it is.
On this team.
More than any other team.
Yes, because the backup quarterback is your starting quarterback. He's going to end up being your starting quarterback. He's going to be the one that needs to get you to the playoffs, win in the playoffs, and, maybe Skyler can make some steps. Who knows?
Almost every team, they talk about the backup quarterback, and really when they're talking about it, they're really thinking about it as like, hey, something flukish has to happen. Here, it's not something flukish.
Right. We're going to see Skyler. We're going to see Mike White this year.
That you could put money on. If there's Vegas odds, they're probably very high. But dude, I don't really think we needed to re-sign Teddy Bridgewater for another year for $10 million.
I'm not saying Teddy Bridgewater was the answer, but I don't think we've gotten better there.
No, but they saved $6 million. I just looked it up. Teddy was making 10. This guy's going to make 4 a year. So maybe you could better allocate those $6 million. I'll take Mike White and $6 million to spend elsewhere than Teddy Bridgewater and $6 million.
Yeah, I don't know. If you know you're going to need, if you're honest with yourself and say you're going to need somebody to play quarterback other than Tua. And will play.
That's why I think you don't get Teddy Bridgewater, because that guy didn't fucking play either, bro. He
proved. Well, no, and I'm not saying no, absolutely, and I'm not saying Teddy Bridgewater, right?
Okay, you're saying upgrade the position.
Yeah, my point is,
who would you have liked to have gotten?
I don't know. Maybe Gardner Minshew.
All right, I don't know. But is he in Washington? Is that where he's at?
No, he was with the Eagles last year, I think, and now he's with the Colts.
Oh, okay. Let's see what his contract situation is.
But to me, you didn't do better in that. Clearly, Teddy Bridgewater with his snow hat and nearly as many injuries as Tua, and to your point, disinterested. I think you had to do better there.
Yeah, Minshew signed a 4-year, $2.7 million. The Colts are going to pay him $3.5 million this year. Okay, I agree with you. I would have rather have gotten Gardner Minshew for even less money than Mike White. So
I mean, we start looking through the the quarterbacks. I mean, I know there's not a lot out there, but I don't know. You just knowing that you're going to have to play that guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm with you.
It's a big risk.
I guess I'm with you, and they could have done better. I'm not in. If the choice was Teddy, I would have been like, whatever. If it's
Teddy. No, I didn't want to bring back Teddy. I think we saw what that was. Thank you very much for your service. We had to move on, and we actually had to improve because the psych. What you should have learned there is that you have a good enough team to be competitive, but you're likely to have a problem at quarterback. So you need to have something decent. Now, I get it. Most teams don't spend a lot of money on their backup quarterback, but that's most teams who have Josh Allen or, a potential stud down the road. We're not in that boat.
No, and we are bumming a boat where we're one of the few teams to keep 3 quarterbacks. That's not really. I don't know how many other teams do that right now.
Who else? I mean, and they actually all played.
Yeah, well, we were times where we were a play away from like a running back or a receiver playing quarterback at times, because we were in some games where 2 of the 3 were already ruled out for the game, and we're playing with the last available guy. Remember we went through that thing where Tua's out, Teddy came in, Teddy starts the game, Teddy gets hurt, Skyler finishes, Skyler starts the next game, Skyler gets hurt, Teddy comes in, Tua's not back yet. If Teddy goes down, fucking Mike McDaniel's in at quarterback, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the backup quarterbacks are important here. But with the guys we got, dude, I mean, if those guys have to play, we're probably done anyways. They gotta hide Tua. They gotta continue to hide him in plain sight and do some of those, have some counter moves from when they stop, what you're doing. Because as soon as they figured that out, there wasn't really a lot of, okay, here's stage 2. Here's what we do when they figure that out.
Yeah.
Like, I just think if we wouldn't have had Tyreek, what would that offense have looked like?
Yeah.
You can't take that for granted. not many teams are able to insert a Tyreek Hill into your offense, you know.
And they got to find a way to run the ball too. It's the only way they're going to be able to protect him, be balanced. If not, they're going to pick apart that scheme.
That is my biggest pet peeve in the Mike McDaniel era. His refusal to run the ball and commit to it with some talented backs that he had, and even more so now, wasting some draft capital on it. Like, if they don't do it now, if he doesn't do it now, like, when are you going to do it?
What are you waiting for?
And they have to look at it. They have to look at it in the sense of it's part of protecting Tua.
You got to help this kid out, dude. Honestly, I have my issues with the kid.
But it's really not fair to him and his skill set to put it all on him, and he have to be the savior. He's not. He's never going to be that guy, I don't think. He's never. If he stays healthy and they protect him and they run the ball and McDaniel can out-scheme people and they can do some creative stuff, okay, yes. I guess it's been proven in a spurt he can do that, But the NFL isn't about spurts,
No.
Plenty of people have had, spurts. If you get a spurt in the right time, you could win a Super Bowl, But, I think I'm beating a dead dolphin here, a dead horse. But, I just think that we kind of know what this kid is. And he needs to be helped, or it's just going to be more of the same.
I will say it's the first time that I've seen the front office continue to try to do things and bring in players and make trades and get name players. They just got horrible luck, dude. My God, Jalen Ramsey. I mean,
how old is that guy?
You'll have to check that.
Is he 30?
I was going to say he was 31. But maybe not.
He's got to be around there. Bad luck. Jalen Ramsey.
Really bad.
28 years old.
Oh, wow. He's in his prime.
Yeah.
Was he still considered like a top 5 corner, would you say?
Oh, I wouldn't say top 5.
Top 10 at this point in his career?
I don't know. Maybe top 5, right?
I mean, for a while.
No. He was for a while.
Yeah.
Who are the top corners today?
But has he been hurt?
He missed some time. Let's see. I know he missed some time last year. In the Rams.
Because this is his third team.
We like those Jalen guys, right?
Apparently. He's got 6 Pro Bowls.
How many Jalens do we have? Waddle's a Jalen, right? All right,
He's
so
got 19 picks.
Last year he played all 17 games, played 16 in 2021, played 15 in 2020. 2019 he played 12. So he's been, I guess you could say, relatively healthy.
Okay.
Overall. I mean, he's played 16 games, 15 games or more every year, and 1 year he played 12 games, which is the year he got traded. So he was healthy until he got here, which is a common theme for the Dolphins. Talk to me in December if you want to ask me if I'm excited about this team, and not December 1st.
Oh no, I have. That's the thing of this team, right? Talk to me in December. When has a December been fruitful for this organization? I can't even remember.
No, we have more like famous collapses than famous runs.
Yeah, we're famous for collapses in December.
Yeah. So we'll see, man. The Hall of Fame game's in a few days.
Yeah, the 4th or the 3rd.
I believe so, and I think both teams.
It's next week.
Both teams participating have members being inducted into the Hall of Fame.
It's the Browns versus who?
The Browns versus, I'm not sure, but the Browns have that lineman going in. Thomas?
Joe Thomas.
New York Jets, or the other one, and Darrelle Revis is going in. Seems like he was playing not that long ago, right?
Nah, it's been a while already.
Yeah. That guy was considered the best for a moment. Revis Island.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to last that long, though. That position is hard to hold it down as the best for a long time. Would you say?
What's that?
The cornerback position seems to be one of the harder positions to be like the best at for any extended period of time.
Yeah.
Like being the champion of that position doesn't seem to last long in the NFL.
And they sort of become like the running backs where they have a very short time where people are willing to pay a lot of money for.
Yeah, there's been a few exceptions to that rule, obviously, but they're far and few between. You know, like Dion was pretty much elite, you know, for a long time. And then still very good and then serviceable at the end still. I guess some safeties are able to do that longer, but it just injuries and lack of speed end up, or loss of speed, end up taking those guys out. Like Norman, remember he was like the best or arguably the best for like a little period.
Who?
Norman, Josh Norman.
Oh, yes.
And there's countless guys like that who are like, I mean, Howard is one of those, right? Considered sort of the best for a little bit or arguably, and then it didn't really last that long.
Yep. Well, he was the highest paid corner, right?
Yeah, for like 2 minutes till we signed
the other guy.
I don't know.
The guy that left is the guy that we got from the Cowboys that we paid a ton of money in free agency.
Yes. The guy who never came back from the injuries, and he's unrestricted free agent.
Dude, that's another piece of bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you go out on a limb.
Yeah.
You invest in a position of strength at the time. We thought it was kind of like, damn, you already have Howard, and then just doesn't pan out for you.
Classic dolphin tale woven
into the dolphin lore.
Bradley's Chubb is
looking like another one.
He has a bit of pete on him. He's got to take the pete off.
Yeah. That Tyreek one, fucking home run, dude.
You know?
And I've come around the Jalen Waddle thing. I don't like all the skipping and jumping that they did for that. But, I mean, he's definitely good.
That is salvaged by the fact that the guy's a player. You know?
Yes. I just think they could have had some bigger name player picks without doing all that jumping and skipping and trading and, you know.
Yeah. It's like you got a good product. You just overpaid for it.
Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I gotta go. I gotta stick to my original thing. I said that wasn't a good move. He's a decent player, dude. He's no Jamar Chase. No Jamar Chase.
No, but you're getting you got a good player.
You got a good player, but you could have had Jamar Chase or Kyle Pitts
without losing a pick. That's the key. They lost a pick in the process.
You could have had. Let's put Kyle Pitts on the side because he did get hurt last year. Let's just focus on Jamar Chase.
Mm-hmm.
Jamar Chase is clearly a better player.
There's a scenario there too where we could have gotten Justin Jefferson in the other year.
Yeah, in the other year.
With a pick that we had. Like we could have picked him and then not done.
I thought that was just that we didn't select him.
Yeah, we didn't. But I'm saying we could have without having lost the pick later and using that pick that we lost and the Waddle pick for other players.
I didn't think that. I thought we had a straight chance without losing picks.
Yes.
We could have picked. We didn't pick Justin Jefferson, not because we lost a pick, because we didn't pick him.
That's what I'm saying, sir.
Okay.
I'm saying we could have had Justin Jefferson and had the pick we used for Waddle and had the pick that we lost to get Waddle as well.
Oh my. Okay, so worse than what I thought. All right.
Yeah, so not only could we have had Jefferson, but we could have still had the pick we used for Waddle for somebody else, and we could have used the pick that we lost to get trade up to get Waddle. That's the one that kind of gets me.
Yeah, and I don't know what that yielded us. Not much, I don't think.
At the end of the day, they say it's a crapshoot. I looked up Thomas Jefferson, dude.
Nice.
Justin Jefferson.
Right? How many receptions did he have?
Dude, my mental state is deteriorating by the segment. I just want to see. He was drafted in the 2020 draft, right? And the 2020 draft player selections. But tell me who. Don't just show me like a fucking synopsis. Okay. Where did we go? We got Tua with the 5th pick. Where did Justin Jefferson go?
Was Justin Jefferson 2020?
Yes, he was the 22nd pick.
Wow.
But instead, we went Austin Jackson 18.
Oh, my God.
That's the real travesty. The fact that we got Austin Jackson and not Justin Jefferson. And
because if you would have gotten an offensive lineman that was great, you could have said, oh, well,
right.
We got a great offensive lineman. No.
Right.
We got a shit offensive lineman.
Okay, so follow me for a second. We've discussed this before, but refresher here. If we don't get Austin Jackson 2020, and we get, not to mention we fucked up getting Tua over Herbert. Let's just fucking forget about that for a second. Just don't draft Austin Jackson. Draft Justin Jefferson. Okay? Now you go into the 2021 draft. You no longer need Waddle, right?
Right.
Because you got Justin Jefferson. Who could you have gotten there? There's another travesty there, if memory serves.
Well, in the Waddle draft, it was Jamar Chase, Kyle Pitts. We had the number 3 pick that year, right?
Right. So we could have had our pick of those guys if we wanted to go to those positions.
Yes.
And we would have still had the pick that we used to get Waddle, and we traded away. We traded out of the 3rd pick. I thought that was a good move. See, it gets convoluted here. By trading out of the 3rd pick, we got an extra 1st-round pick. So in that case, you don't get Chase or Pitts because you've traded out and you got the 2 picks. And then we could have gotten Devontae Smith went 10th. We could have gotten him. I guess we could have gotten Waddle still if we wanted Waddle, but we would have had another pick, which ended up being Micah Parsons.
That's devastating.
But then, you got to just be hitting it, all the time. It's a crapshoot. But we could have had him. Instead, a few picks later, we got Jaden Phillips.
So, I mean, at least.
And that's a project. I mean, he's shown to, like if he's getting better, but that's no guarantee yet either.
He certainly looks the part. The guy's a specimen.
Yeah, no, and they say he's even more ripped and in better shape this year.
Yeah. We'll see. That doesn't always... Bodybuilders don't always translate to football players, but...
That's right.
We got to get...
And track stars a lot of times don't.
Right. They've tried. What was the name of that guy? I think the Niners tried him in the 80s, track star.
Ronaldo Nehemiah.
Yeah. Hey, the city of Miami, 127 years old today.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah. What was this?
96?
Yep, 1896. They incorporated the city of Miami. That's when all those Flagler and all those guys were involved in the building of Miami and the railroad and all that stuff. Bud Light parent Anheuser-Busch said it will lay off about 350 employees amid a rough stretch for the brand.
Dude, they fucked up.
Big time.
Do you think that's heeding a warning loud and clear to other corporations?
Maybe, but so far, most of them have been terrified to be canceled, and they go more of the route of being, what the left wants to hear typically, because they're afraid of it impacting the business.
Yeah, I mean, you could also choose to be neutral. Michael Jordan famously said, Republicans buy shoes too. You don't have to take a hard stance. You could be.
That's getting harder and harder to do.
Yeah. Because then they look at you like you're not doing anything, so you're not
right
with us. You're against us.
You're almost. I don't know. There's some saying, and it's related to the Holocaust and how over the years now they like to say that the people who stayed silent and didn't do nothing are just as negligent or culpable into what happened. Before they didn't do that.
I disagree.
They didn't say that.
I disagree.
They didn't say that before.
I disagree with that so bad.
Yeah.
Like if I walk by some place and somebody just killed somebody, yes, it's terrible, but wait a second. I didn't kill him. I just happened to walk by here. And yes, if I can do something, I will. But that's a big leap to say that I'm just the same as the guy that killed the guy. I didn't do it. That can all be in context, too. But I have to disagree with that sentiment.
Yeah. So it gets harder not to pick a side now. And I think that's obviously purposely done.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a piece there that you would hope that things like sports and music and entertainment I can understand them being respectful of certain things, but not clearly pick a side, try to stay neutral, and now that is actually seen as, the absolute worst.
Yeah. Hey, we have an openly gay coach now on the Jaguars, so we're making progress.
By the way, sorry to throw a curveball at you, but I was clicking through here. I had been watching so many different shark movies.
Mm-hmm.
There was one that came up here that I hadn't seen. It's called The Black Demon.
Oh my God.
Based on a Mexican legend.
Oh my God.
They have good legends.
Tell me more.
The clip just kind of shows this massive, kind of dark. I guess that's why it's black, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a black-looking shark attacking like an oil rig.
Jesus, they stepped up. They stepped up their game, dude.
And it has that guy. I always get him confused with Bradley Cooper. But his name is Josh something. I forget.
Hartnett.
Josh
Hartnett.
Lucas.
Oh no.
Josh Lucas, maybe?
No, I don't know who that is.
Look that guy up. Josh Lucas. I think that's his name.
I know Josh Hartnett. You know him, right?
Yeah, he was in Krappenheimer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that guy in too much stuff.
Yes,
Jeez,
Josh Lucas.
There's something wrong with my phone. It looked up Josh Mucus. Oh, yeah, this guy is like a third-rate Ryan Gosling kind of whatever other guy you said.
Bradley Cooper.
Yeah.
He's in it.
This is Ryan Cooper or Josh or Josh.
This is a horrible lab accident of a reject clone. Yeah, that's that guy. He's in like, Black Demon.
Yeah.
Oh, Black Demons 2023.
Oh, has that even come out?
Wait, maybe not.
Oh my God, this guy was in Alive, dude. Remember the movie Alive?
About the soccer team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in that.
Well, there's a couple of those movies though, right?
Yeah, but this is specifically that one in 1993 called Alive, where it kind of details their
what
plight.
A terrible story that is.
Oh my God, they had to eat their fucking crew, their teammates, dude.
Yeah. And worst part about it, there was like a McDonald's like like on the other side.
Right around the corner, bro.
The arches were blocked by snow, but
they could have been like ordering takeout, dude, and they would have brought it to them probably.
Nah, they were pretty far away from it,
but still relatively close in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, they had two guys that went off to look for the place. Remember that?
Yeah, after a certain time.
They found like a ranch with like, cattle and orange trees and
but initially the thought was to like hunker down, they'll find us, and they wasted a lot of time and energy and health waiting, and then they finally decided, I think, to send two guys out and the other stayed, and then that's how they got out of it. But in the meantime, they had to eat each other, and they lied about it initially. They said they survived on cheese to not have the negative connotations of
because a lot of those folks were South Americans and they were heavy Catholics, and that wouldn't have gone well.
Yeah, I think they were Argentinian or Chilean or something like that,
or Paraguay.
Yeah, some South American.
Yeah,
I don't remember exactly.
All right, so make sure you take a look at Black Demon.
That sounds like when I go to the bathroom, dude.
Why the shark is black, I have no idea.
Maybe
it's covered in oil.
Maybe he was in the Valdez oil spill. I heard that they are doing an operation on an oil tanker who's been off the coast of Yemen, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's been just sitting there for a bunch of years, and they're afraid that it's gonna like seep into the ocean, and they're doing this millions of dollars operation where they go and they wrap like the stuff around the ship, and they're like extracting the oil from the ship onto other ships to get it out of there. You hear about this?
I heard about a tanker that they said potentially could leak more oil than the Exxon Valdez.
That's it. Yes, that's it. Yeah, that it's been sitting there. I guess part of the thing is they get the oil, but they're spinning it as, they're doing this thing to avoid the catastrophe, and I think it's off the coast of Yemen, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, dude. Before we go, I have to say something about this. The sudden rash of injuries to, in some cases, young, healthy players. Do you remember anything like this? We obviously had the Bronny James situation recently. Godwin, Marquise Godwin, receiver, for where's he at now?
Goodwin?
Yeah.
I think is he Seattle?
No, not Seattle. Is he Seattle?
I think so. That's another guy that's been around a lot. I think he's Seattle.
Yeah, he was a Niner at one time.
Originally, yeah.
Isn't he a Falcon? I'm going to have to look this up.
Anyways, he's having blood clots. Deion Sanders dealing with some blood clots.
You had that announcer just faint on air.
You had, granted, older guys, but what's this guy's name? Ozzy Osbourne. Jesus.
That's creepy.
Cleveland Browns. Godwin is a Brown.
He's a Brown now. He was a Seahawk last year.
Yeah, he's a Brown now.
It's and I haven't seen. I know that woman that I sent you today that you apparently sent also, but I must have overlooked it. I haven't.
You said you had never heard of her. I had never heard of her either, but apparently she's like an Emmy award.
Yeah, no,
or not Emmy. Is it Emmy?
Grammy. What's surprising? I haven't seen a lot of women with this.
Yes, because it seems to be mostly athletes and male, and sometimes young. But apparently, they say it happens a lot. Especially, it can happen. Like it's nothing new, is what they're saying. But I just don't remember.
They're saying nothing. They're saying that it's nothing new, but I've also read certain things that I think since 2017, there's been a 33% increase in young men between, I think it's 18 and 30 something, have heart attacks. And a good percentage of them are athletes.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, there's some precedents for the what's the word? The ticking time bomb scenario. Crystal, my goddaughter, Susie's kid, right?
Yes, of course.
So she was in a dance studio very similar to Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
And they were in the dance studio and, they're dancing and a girl suddenly faints, dies right there.
Oh my God. When did this happen?
When she was in dance.
Well, like a couple years back?
Yeah, but this is a couple years. I don't know if it was pre-COVID or after COVID.
Because some of this is being blamed on COVID.
Of course. So, they take her away, whatever. They figure out that she had, like, I don't remember if it was a hole in her heart or a condition where a valve is not something.
It's an undiagnosed condition.
Yes. Then they had everybody in the dance studio, for safety purposes, I think you could figure it out with I don't know if it's an EKG or what's the other one? There's electrocardiogram,
Mm-hmm.
and there's two of them, right?
Yeah, something else. Yeah.
One of them tells you that problem.
Mm-hmm.
They found another girl who had it in the studio.
Wow.
Saved her life. Then word got out, and all the studios started to test it, and there were girls that were coming up with that issue. We actually tested Nicholas and Sarah after hearing that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God, didn't come back with any issues.
Right.
But I don't know. That's just an example of like a ticking time bomb that you just may not know of, right?
Yep.
Unless you look for it. There's a lot of things that even if you go to the doctor, unless you specifically test for it, you're not going to know about it.
Right.
Having said that, we know that everything that you take medication-wise, if from the simplest thing, from Tylenol cold fluid to NyQuil to aspirin, has a long list of potential side effects.
Mm-hmm.
The vaccine and all vaccines have similar, right? Long list of things. We know from the vaccine that there's two things that is documented as being a problem. Myocarditis, mostly with young men.
Mm-hmm.
And, TMC something, it's something thrombosis. It's basically blood clots.
Right.
There's an acronym for it. TTS or TTS, I think it's called.
Mm-hmm. We'll go with that.
So, that is definitely fact. That's not something that it's written in their information, right? It's part of and a lot of the, like, JAMA and some of the big medical journals reported on the myocarditis and some of those other things. So those things aren't disputed. Now, I think the myocarditis that was supposedly recognized as it relates to the vaccine, I think just creates heart inflammation. It never said anything that it would kill you or, death was a possibility or anything. They definitely said it would be heart inflammation, but of course that could be a complication, right? So
yes, that's what they're saying now, and they're saying that the risk is greater for that with COVID and more dangerous if you get that through COVID,
right,
than the one that's induced by the vaccine. I read and that
and
maybe
the other thing,
it's shorter term, but I don't know.
And the other thing that
time will tell.
Time will tell. And the other thing that they're saying is that, I guess they're trying to suggest now that, if you've had COVID, you could have heart issues.
But, like, who hasn't had COVID at this time?
And blood clots.
But who hasn't had? That's almost saying, well, anybody can have this now. Like, what percentage of the population do you think has not had COVID?
I don't know.
How many people do you know that have not have COVID? Just think percentage-wise.
not sure if my mom got it. Now that I think about it,
I don't know anybody that hasn't.
Almost everybody got it.
Yeah, there is one guy at work, but dude, that guy stayed. That guy still doesn't come to work.
But if you believe the science, even he could have had it, but he didn't even notice that he had it.
That's possible.
So you're basically saying anybody, which is true, even if before COVID existed, you're basically saying anybody could have blood clots and anybody could have myocarditis, whether you took the vaccine or not. But even more so if you didn't and get COVID.
But yeah, but now they're saying that specifically if you've gotten COVID, those chances increase.
Yes.
And to your point,
but that's saying everybody.
And to your point, if the vaccine also creates that possibility, then do you double your chances?
Right. Are you now adding another layer of possibility? Because if you got the vaccine and you got COVID, now you could have gotten it through COVID or you could have gotten it through the vaccine. Are you?
Yes.
It's sort of a, what do they call that? A paradox kind of scenario where, like,
I guess
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
What I would be interested in knowing, which I don't think we'll ever know because one side for one reason or another won't want to share it, right?
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see all these people that we're seeing, right? First of all, why is this being reported?
All these injuries?
I could understand like a Bronny, you can't hide that. I got it.
Yeah, even though they delayed it
but
for a
dude,
day.
Like 18-year-old kid that plays volleyball in Nebraska. Why is that being reported?
Yeah.
Because if you put your tinfoil on, your tinfoil hat, and you say, well, one of the big things that they say is that, the media was controlled by pharma and messaging was controlled by them. Well, man, this sounds like a message I wouldn't want to get out. A lot of people are getting this problem because it'd be easy to say without any evidence, just on the surface, to say, oh yeah, this has to be, COVID or the vaccine, should I say?
Well, what I think about
it would be good, and again, probably impossible, if we were able to see everybody who they're reporting on, did they get COVID and have they been vaccinated?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, one more thing is, what other things are they taking?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of other factors.
Because, there's a lot of medication that does this too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what I think, what you're referencing there about people talking about, media being controlled by pharma and the message. I mean, I don't think that those people are referring to like a complete, total monopoly on media, but there's definitely a way to pay for ads. We saw ads, prominently featured, CNN brought to you by Pfizer, and
but that was being done before the pandemic.
Sure, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, in this scenario, if that's paying your bills, you may be more apt to not shed negative light on one of your main investors.
Yeah, sure. Right. And using that logic, why would you share like this information, especially again, if they're not even high profile people? Why would you share that knowing that people are going to make that automatic conclusion that's not going to help any of your narratives?
Well, I don't know how much money they're investing in them now. I don't know how much, these media outlets that are reporting this, if they're getting money, directly. I think certain stories you just can't hide. They're too big to hide. I'm talking, about the celebrity, the people that we know. And which is where I always, when I wanted to gauge a lot of, and maybe it's wrong to use this to do it, but when I tried to find out, are a lot of people getting sick? Are a lot of people dying? Or a lot of people, I would look at people that athletes, because, they're in the public eye for my circle more than, anybody else, and I would notice there wasn't, nobody died in the NFL. Nobody died in the NBA. Now we're starting to see, more serious things, but initially we didn't see people dying from the virus, athletes. I'm talking about young, healthy athletes. I don't think there was many scenarios in North American sports where we saw that. 2020, 2021, 2022. Do you remember any?
I can't remember any.
We may still have not seen any, even though we're seeing all these other injuries that we're seeing now, but I don't know, man. It's so hard. We'll never know. But I think just some stories are, you can't just
I think
make them go away.
I think over time certain things will be much clearer, but I do wonder.
Time brings things out.
Yeah, I
not in the John F. Kennedy case, but
yeah. Well, that may have come out all in the beginning, and we just didn't believe it, right?
Who knows?
But there's also a denial to revisit that too. Like there's still stuff we don't know about that.
Oh yeah. And then, but you could see, I mean, look at the Ozempic thing, man.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's another one. That's the next one.
People are diving into that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I heard Milton was going to take that.
Yeah. But I think he was not able to get it or something. I guess it was not like readily available at the moment.
I mean, there's been testing of that, and I'm sure there's like a book of the side effects, but there's been testing of that as it relates to people who are diabetic.
That's the true intention of the drug, right?
Right. So most of all the reviews that they did were people that were diabetic because that's who was taking them. They didn't test it on people who wouldn't be taking it. But now there's people that are not diabetic that are taking it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no testing for that.
For an alternative benefit that they found, but it's not really, I guess obesity is a disease, I guess. I don't know. It's funny. Some of these, I'm not trying to make light of people's plight, but I think of Norm Macdonald, very funny, when he talks about, like diseases, and he was like, alcoholism. That's like the best disease, probably. Like, what happens? Oh, I get happy after I have a couple of them, It's like, of the diseases, obviously it's all in jest, but like,
by the way, that's another thing that has a very sharp increase has been the number of people that are dying from alcohol related diseases in the last 5 years.
That makes sense.
A super sharp, like rocket to the top kind of. On the graph, it's, the hockey stick.
I hear I was laughed at when I brought it up one time that experts say 50 years from now, we're going to look at drinking way different than we do today.
50 years from now?
Or maybe not that long, but yeah, I think that's the number they gave. Just sort of like the smoking thing, right?
Well, I don't think we went through that already.
Mm-hmm.
And we decided, no, drinking's okay.
Right, but I'm saying with the smoking, we went the other way, But after many years of, doctors telling you which cigarettes were the best ones and advertisements and shit like that.
Right.
Time.
I don't think that'll ever happen to liquor, at least not in our lifetime.
I don't know.
If it didn't happen, I mean, 50 years ago, I don't think it's going to happen 50 years in the future.
Well, we had prohibition one time.
Right. And you saw what that was.
Yeah. I mean, I know the weed people will tell you this all the time. Like, oh my God, we never die of, weed. We never, that's what they say. They always
understood, but
they point to how much worse alcohol is.
Sure, I know, but the whole burning and smoking thing is still bad for your lungs.
Yeah, but now they'll go to edibles or whatever.
Unless you told me you're going to edibles, that's the only way you could actually tell me that, because at least you're not burning your lungs and putting those chemicals into your lungs. Now, the effects of the chemicals from the gummies, that's a whole other thing.
Right. Yes. There could be a different thought about those 50 years from now, too.
Yes, that I could believe.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these new things, you don't know what it's going to manifest, down the road. We don't know. We'll see. All right, dude. We're almost 5 hours in, bro. Anything else before we get the fuck out of here? It flew by.
It flew by. I dare not to say anything else.
Show me the way,
to go home. Boom, boom, boom.
I'm tired. I don't want to go to bed. I had a little drink about an hour ago, and it's gone right to my head. Wherever I may roam, on land or sea or foam, you will always hear me singing this song.
Show me the way to go home.